Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The witching hour is upon us. Welcome to today's meeting of the Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Mike Johnson and I'm Chair of Planning. Standard sort of statements around: if the alarm sounds, the premises must be evacuated immediately. Do not spend time collecting personal belongings. All emergency escape routes are clearly signed. Once you have left the building, the assembly point is the High Street opposite the Guildhall, conveniently by a coffee shop. This is a public meeting and members of the public and press are permitted to report on the proceedings. Reporting includes filming, photographing, making an audio recording and providing commentary on proceedings. Please note this meeting is recorded and streamed live. These recordings are published on the relevant meeting page of the Council's website. By choosing to attend this public meeting, you are deemed to have given your consent to being filmed, recorded, and for any footage to be broadcast or published. Members are reminded to use their microphone when speaking and to turn it off when you finish speaking. Before we move to the formal agenda, I think I've got to say a few words, some of which are around welcoming back members who've been here before, and in particular, welcoming those new members. You'll probably find it slightly strange in the first instance. I certainly did when I first sat here. I would also be remiss of me not to recognise the contribution of the former chairman, who happens to be sitting in the back seats and is going to speak to us later. Chris sat on this committee for 6 years, 4 of which he was chairman, and ran the committee with fairness and humour. I'd like to thank you, Chris, and hope I can successfully follow on in your footsteps. And finally, you'll have your agenda in front of you. Margaret has issued a revised running order, which we will follow rather than the formal agenda notes. With that having been said, appointment of substitutes.
There are no substitutes, Chair.
Thank you. Declarations of interest? None? Sorry.
I just need to report that I've had emails and letters from the person relating to the Bromford houses at Darwin Avenue. It was unsolicited, but I just need to make you aware of that.
All of us have had the same communication. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether I need to declare this. There's an application about an adult gaming centre this afternoon. My son owns a number of adult gaming centres in London. Nothing to do with this one, but he's in that business. So I'm just declaring that. I don't think it affects my ability to speak or to vote.
Thank you. Pat?
Thank you. This doesn't concern an application as such, it concerns the heritage at risk. And I have a number of friends who are members of the church and church wardens of St Matthew's, so it relates to the war memorial there.
Fine. And I guess I should declare an interest. I had the pleasure, in inverted commas, of sitting on the licensing committee for that very gaming establishment, and we were obliged to issue the license. Right, minutes of previous planning committees. In your agenda pack, are you happy for content, or are there any matters arising? I will go through them in order. Page 1. My only question is, a report would be prepared for the next meeting in terms of the local government ombudsman complaint. Did that happen?
The report is being drafted, but I think due to the size of this agenda, we thought it'd be better to defer that to the next
time.
available.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Amos.
whether I'm going deaf or the volume needs to be turned up. You can decide which, but it's very difficult to hear. I didn't hear what Mr. Coleman just said, but I was going to raise that issue because I did ask for those reports to be given to the committee several meetings back. They don't need watering down, they don't need doctoring. An ombudsman report is a standalone document. So I didn't hear why they're still not with us, because if you recall, Mr. Chairman, 2 meetings back, it was the former councillor Roger Berry who raised why they hadn't come to committee by that point, and they're still not with us. So I don't really think it's good enough, to be honest, because these reports themselves are now well over a year old.
Is there any reason why we can't just get them issued ASAP rather than wait for the next committee meeting? At least so people have got a chance to read them.
Well, certainly the Ombudsman report is available, but there was a officers covering report. So subject to your agreement, when we look at the agenda for the July committee, we can decide at that stage.
We can't hear that.
Can you hear me now? Right.
At the July meeting. I would assume you can guarantee that, can you, Alan?
Yes, with your agreement, Chair.
Yeah, July it is. Thank you. Page 2. Page 3. I'll take those as agreed and I will subsequently sign them. Right. We now have minutes of the previous 2 conservation advisory committees. This is just for noting and receipt, unless anybody's got any issues with them. Thank you. Item 5, public participation.
There's no public participation.
Okay. So we now go on to public representation. And we have initially 2 speakers. This is agenda item 12, land at Everard Close. And we have Kate Joyner and Philip Dealey. So if Kate Joyner would like to come to the table. Thank you. Over to you, Alan, for your presentation. Sally, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. There is an extensive officer report which addresses all relevant issues and is taken as read. There were no late papers. The proposal in Everard Close is for a speculative development. Shall I bring it a bit closer? Can you hear me now? I'll try speaking up a bit. Okay. I'll try. It's for a speculative development for the erection of a workshop which is proposed to operate as Class EG. This is part of the revised use classes order, which is explained in the report. Slide, please. Thank you. The site is outlined in red. It is within a residential area and it has frontage onto Everard Close. Thanks. This is a closer view of the area, and you can see that it has an existing access from the road, and it is adjacent to a footpath which leads to the rear of the adjacent properties and has shared boundaries with dwellings facing Monarch Drive. This is a photo of the site as existing. You can see the access for the adjacent properties and the shared boundary. Next slide. You can see the side boundary of 1 Everard Close, and you can also note the topography of the site and the change in the levels. Next slide. This shows the site and its relationship to the garden of 70 Monarch Drive, including the outbuilding. Next slide. This is within the area of the enclosed gated area, so that's within the site. Next slide, please. The plans of the proposed workshop. The double front doors are openable and the only windows are roof lights. Next slide. This shows the floor plan and also the relationship with off-road car parking relating to the proposed workshop. As discussed within the report, the change in the scheme has overcome officers' concerns relating to the visual impact of the proposal. The proposed unit is constrained by the site, by the size and scope of the site, and on balance, it's considered acceptable, given that the proposed use class EG, is defined as any industrial processes that can be carried out in any residential area without detriment to amenity, as defined in the amended use classes order of 2021. In the event that the end use creates a nuisance and is detrimental, it would become unauthorised. Whilst I understand and I am sympathetic to the concerns of neighbours, I am mindful that no objections have been raised in relation to this application for consultees, and conditions have been included to provide safeguards to restrict changes which would be unwelcome. As such, I recommend approval with conditions as set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Just for the record, there is one late paper, which is just comment on the web, which was, I think members should have a copy of it, issued onto the website by Patricia Reed and Nicholas Pardo, and they again are objecting. So with that said, over to you, Kate. You've got 5 minutes at 4.5. George will tell you your time is running out and you'll need to wind up within the 5 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I do not wish to labour the points that we raised in our written objection as the residents of 70 Monarch Drive, but wish to highlight not only our key concerns, but those of our neighbours, as there are a total of 12 objections to this application. This revised application addresses the height of the proposed workshop. However, the initial refusal highlighted it would impact on neighbours due to not only the height, but also the scale of the building and materials used. It also stated the proposed use would be incompatible to the enjoyment of 70 and 72 Monarch Drive and 1 Everard Close and nearby dwellings, and that the limited employment opportunities would not outweigh these negative impacts. We would respectfully argue that this is still the case and would further suggest the proposal is still contrary to SWDP 21. SWDP 21 outlines that a development should complement the character of the area. As the area is wholly residential, the proposal does not complement the character, which is also contrary to Worcester Design Guide. SWDP 21 also makes reference to proposals enhancing the quality of people's lives. This is absolutely not the case in this instance. Should this application be approved, the residents in the area will be significantly impacted in terms of using their gardens and possibly causing noise disturbances in adjacent properties too. SWDP 31 highlights pollution can take many forms, and although we recognise this is a Class EG proposal and therefore the use which can be carried out in any residential area without detriment to the amenity of that area by reason of noise, vibration, smell, fumes, smoke, soot, ash and dust. When the intended use is a workshop, we feel it is unrealistic that the proposed development will not cause pollution in any of these forms, noise being the obvious and primary concern. The additional vehicles that this development would attract could impact on the ability of emergency vehicles to access homes in Everard Close, a no-through road with only 20 dwellings. It would also increase noise, pollution, and parking issues. There are many industrial sites locally that provide this type of unit and have vacant units. There are also further developments planned by the council as set out in the SWDP. These would all provide a more suitable home for such a development and provide considerably greater employment opportunities. Industrial units such as workshops present a significantly increased risk of fire in comparison to dwellings. Therefore, the proximity of this development to other properties is a serious concern. The garage of 70 Monarch Drive is less than 2 feet from the proposed development. A workshop may attract criminals who would relish the opportunity of an uninhabited property with high ticket items that could be sold quickly. It may also increase the likelihood of nearby properties being targeted and potentially cause noise issues at night should alarms be triggered. Neighbours report feeling safe in the area, but this type of activity will cause anxiety for residents. The proposed storage of recyclable waste at the rear of the development would be an issue as the pathway adjacent to the proposed development is privately owned. It would also impact directly on 70 and 72 Monarch Drive, who would have waste stored at the bottom of their gardens. Our objection to the proposal is not personal, and following the last application and subsequent refusal, the residents of 70 Monarch Drive contacted the directors of Burgoyne Property Limited and requested a meeting where we could discuss potential solutions. One of which was that we offered to purchase the land, as we appreciated that the business had purchased it with an idea of its intended use in mind that had been refused. Mr. Burgoyne explained that the application included a second opportunity to submit revised plans, and we both accepted and respected his decision. We hope the Planning Committee appreciate that we have tried to ensure this is an objection based on material concerns and not rehearsed personal feeling, albeit an emotive subject for both us and our neighbours. Our neighbours at 72 Monarch Drive are particularly concerned about the
You've got
environmental
30
impact.
seconds remaining, sorry.
In summary, the development would have a significant detrimental impact on local residents on the basis of its design, noise, parking, traffic, and storage of hazardous materials. The area is wholly residential. The proposal is not in keeping with the local area and shows no sympathy for the residential context. We would like to thank the committee for their time today and respect the decision councillors make in relation to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, have we got any questions? The objector.
Thank you. Is some of your fear down to the fact that you don't really know what this is going to be used for? And so, you know, there's a whole range of activities, some of which would be very contained and quiet within the workshop, and some which would perhaps impact more on neighbours. Is some of your objection down to that uncertainty? And might you feel better about it if you were actually told what was going to take place in there?
I think further information could only help, but what has been submitted in the application talks about a workshop and talks about light woodwork. With that comes drilling, lathes, waste material, hazardous substances, which of course causes concern for us and our neighbours.
Thank you. Councillor Ditter.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, forgive me. I think you were about to say number 72 or something. Then you missed the sentence. Obviously, the time scale caused a sort of jump. Could you just clarify that bit?
Number 72 are particularly concerned about the environmental impact, and they wanted me to highlight that to the committee today.
Sorry, forgive me, Chair, through you. As in what environment? What do you think that because of you don't know what it's used for?
Yes, absolutely, and potentially its proximity to Laverne Brook.
So if the sorry, Chair, through you, if the committee were minded to recommend some sort of bit more information to you, would that better your sort of sentiment and resonate your concerns, or would it still have a resonate about change of use?
We would still be concerned about change of use, but as I highlighted, I think any more information would be extremely helpful. There is very little information, and what is there concerns us significantly.
Thank you. Councillor Igoe.
Thank you. I think, sorry, Ms. Joyner, that the committee really does appreciate that almost any planning application comes with anxieties for neighbours, and please be assured we understand that. I wondered if you were fully aware that noise and nuisance is probably better dealt with under the regulatory system and licensing systems. They have much more powers than we do. We actually work on the basis that we're trying to maintain at least neighbouring amenity value. So that's a little bit more nebulous sometimes, but noise and nuisance can be reported to regulatory services. And I wasn't sure how aware you were of that system.
We're not totally sure of the details of that, but it would almost feel like we were having to police then any noise and disturbance, whereas at the moment, we would love it if the committee could have come and seen the area. I was out talking to neighbours this morning and the only noise you could hear were the birds singing.
Thank you.
Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, forgive me. Just to clarify a little bit, where are you adjacent to this property where this proposed extension or use of the change of use? Where are you actually sited?
We are number 17 Monarch Drive, and actually one of the photographs shown at the beginning actually showed our garage, which is approximately 2 feet from the proposed development. So our garden backs onto it directly, as does number 72.
Sorry, so this particular change of use applied, or the planning application, is what number?
It's not a number, it's land between number 70 Monarch Drive and 1 Everard Close.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very kind.
Thank you. Any more questions? No. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
And now we have Philip Dealey from Matthews Construction.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Having read and heard the comments from the public today, there appears to be two main issues with this proposed development. The first relates to the principle of the development and its impacts upon the amenity. Now, as your officer's report has highlighted, we are proposing a workshop in use class EG. This is a relatively new use class introduced by this government in September 2020. National legislation states that use class EG is a use which can be carried out in a residential area without detriment to that area. As such, we're proposing a use that is entirely in accordance with national legislation to be cited within a residential context. This links back to then SWDP 21, which says that this is an appropriate use within the residential area. Moreover, the City Council's Planning Department has the ability to ensure that this use remains appropriate in perpetuity. Once built and occupied, if the unit's use did cause detriment, then that would be a material change of use, in which case the planning department could take enforcement action and shut the use down. As such, ultimately, we're proposing a use that accords with national legislation and that the City Council's planning department has enforcement powers to make sure that remains the case. The second issue is one of design. As mentioned, we have changed the scheme since an original application, and that this site is actually bordered to the north-south by existing garages, not residential properties, and there are further garages directly opposite. Our design of this scheme mirrors the height, scale, massing, and depth of these existing garages, and as such would not appear incongruent with the street scene. Additionally, the proposed dimensions alongside the neighbouring garages mean that there will be no overlooking or overshadowing of any of the neighbouring residential properties. Moreover, the development will remove the current metal security fencing, which has been shown in the photographs, and we hope the committee agree that this will be a visual improvement. In addition to these two issues, your officer's report highlights that there's been no technical objections from county highways regarding parking or highway safety. The drainage engineer is happy that there is no risk of increase in flooding from the site. Moreover, Worcestershire regulatory services have raised no objection either in respect of noise, contamination or pollution. Ultimately, this application is seeking to make use of a vacant brownfield site situated between existing garages. The scheme has been designed so that it mirrors the surrounding garages in its visual appearance. Moreover, the proposed use is one which is defined nationally as one that is acceptable within a residential area. For these reasons, we hope you support your officer's recommendations and conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Councillor, both Amoses, take your pick. Who goes first? Your mic.
Right, thanks. Sorry, I'm not very technical on these modern newfangled contrivances. May I ask Mr. Dealey, in the event that this proposal goes ahead and the premises are occupied, say by light industry or some sort of motor dealer repairing vehicles, what do you propose in terms of dealing with the waste that such a business would generate? You've only got the workshop, you've got a one-car space for the drive, so where would you be storing waste?
Okay, in respect of waste, yes, I'm on. In respect of waste, if there's any trade or foul effluent coming from it, that would be covered under environmental, that would need permit from Severn Trent, so we couldn't just tip waste into the sewer. Any physical waste, we have storage on site internally. Perhaps with some of the comments that was made earlier, if I give an example, we have been approached by an end user, if this is to get permission. It is actually the applicant themselves who own a number of pubs in South Worcestershire. One of the issues with pubs is the maintenance and upkeep of the external furniture, seating areas, tables and things like that. So it's proposed that this would be an ideal spot to take tables and chairs away from the pubs, maintain, sand, paint, and then return back to the pubs once ready. The size of this unit is the size of a garage, so the scale of any waste arising is minimal and would be disposed of properly.
Let's come back to you on that. You are going to be generating waste, and I've actually been to see the site, and it is incredibly small, it is incredibly cramped. So given the fact that you will have machinery and equipment inside that garage, storage space for waste material is going to be very, very small. So I do have a serious concern over what you're going to do with solid waste rather than liquid waste, which, as you say, will have to be stored. But again, it's got to be stored, and it's a very limited space. So I would press you again to give me an assurance that waste of solid and in liquid form can be safely stored within that site. Thank
Yes,
you.
the City Council can add a planning condition, which will state that there should be or will be no storage of any waste external of the proposed development, and my client would be happy with that as a condition to be attached. Therefore, any waste would be stored on site or removed straight away from site.
Mr. Dealey, thank you for your presentation. You're looking for permission for something under Class EG, and the report tells us that Class EG is for any industrial process which can be carried out without detriment to the amenity by reason of noise, vibration, smell, fume, smoke, soot, ash, dust, or grit. For the life of me, I can't see what you could possibly be doing if you're going to avoid all those problems and hazards. Can you give me some example? Because we're in an unusual position here of you asking for permission for something, but we don't know what it is for. And that I find that a little bit, well, it's either unique or not, but it is unique in my experience.
Yes, by the way, so it is a new use class, EG, which does allow an industrial process, but there is a second use class, B2, which is an industrial process. They tend to be the larger scale industrial processes, like a Worcester Bosch or a Mazak type property. A unit of this size, as mentioned, would be something like DIY and maintenance of garden furniture. So stuff that does not involve any heavy industry, any heavy machinery. It is something that is comparable that residents could undertake in their neighbouring garages, for example.
Thank you. I've got one more question then. I mean, obviously the picture we have got in the report is just in black and white, so I accept the limitations of that. And I accept what you said, that is actually between a couple of garages. But in a previous report, the officers said that to be consistent with SWDP 21, the proposal has to integrate with its surroundings, complement the character of the area to a high standard of design. And again, it goes on about the character of the area, etc., 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 and must make a positive contribution to the character and quality of the environment. I mean, do you honestly think this, as described, does any of that? I mean, it seems, because it's in a residential area as well, you know, you've got to take it in the round, but it seems to me that it doesn't fit in this. Can you convince me otherwise?
In this stretch of Everard Close, we have a series of garages. The appearance of this workshop is to look exactly like a garage. The scale, height and dimensions have been chosen expressly to mirror those of the garages next door. The materials can be a pre-commencement condition that we can submit materials and colours to the satisfaction of the local planning authority. So if there is concerns with the details or the images already provided, a condition can be attached requiring us to submit further information. And if the local authority planning officers are not satisfied with that information, then that condition discharge application can be refused until such time as the appropriate materials have been submitted to the council for their opinion.
Councillor Alcott next, but now I'll come to you.
Chair, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think just a general comment really. I mean, I think it's very unfortunate that national planning law has brought in industrial processes into residential estates. That's just not helpful for people at all, but we can't do anything about that. But I would just like to comment, obviously you don't have to say or categorise what it was, but I just think it's unfortunate that that hasn't happened, because it would have provided more assurance possibly. And the fact that we don't really know what it is, obviously by its very nature causes concern. So, thank you. Thank you.
If I just may, on that, it's speculative commercial development is very rare to bring forward. Any end occupier would be covered by a tenancy. It's difficult to enter into a tenancy and expend costly legal fees until you know that the unit itself is going to be built in the first instance. So that's why it's a relatively flexible planning permission, but we have tried to, well, we have limited it solely to EG as a use that's acceptable in the residential area.
Councillor Bill Amos.
Thank you, Chair. May I just ask, within the constraints of the SWDP, you haven't got any ventilation in this garage workshop. You've got skylights in the roof, which will allow natural daylight to come in from the top. They won't be openable; they'll be fixed shut. It's a very small, confined, cramped area. So I would imagine that anybody working in that sort of space will have both those double front doors open all the time. So any fumes or noise will be emanating from that building all the time that it's in use. So there's the question of ventilation that I'm asking you about now. How do you propose to address that if the doors are sealed shut and somebody's working inside?
Yes, there is no ventilation as shown at the moment on the plan. If a ventilation air conditioning unit was required, then that would require an amendment to this application, and that would be subject to a separate plan application. In terms of the doors being open and noise or pollution coming out of the unit, if that were the case and that the noise and the pollution was to a level that caused detriment to the area, then it would no longer be EG, it would be B2, at which point the planning enforcement team could come and take action.
That always takes time, unfortunately, during which time that the poor residents of Everard Close and Monarch Drive will be suffering. But thank you very much indeed for your answer. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Agar, and then
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Barnes.
Mr. Dealey, I can see that you are very aware of the new use class legislation, which permits a wide range of uses within the building. That said, I'm a little bit concerned that you didn't consult the Environment Agency, or nobody has. Did you not get in touch with them?
No, the scale of this proposal would not trigger a permit license per se from any water arising, foul water arising. If we did have foul water arising, that would go to Severn Trent. We would need to go to, any foul water going into the sewer system would need consent of Severn Trent to connect to the sewer rather than the Environment Agency. But from my experience, the Environment Agency will only get involved in wastewater matters post-planning. The two are that the Environmental Permitting Regulations 1990 are separate to the Town and Country Planning Act. So therefore, you can be in accordance with one and not accord with the other. So we didn't necessarily need to contact the Environment Agency. If we do, we will, and that will be subject to separate regulations.
Councillor Barnes.
Mr. Dealey, the proposed building is described as having grey trapezoidal cladding. What sort of fabric is that going to be? Is it metal or plastic, or what is it?
Yes, so it's a metal finish with Kingspan insulation on the inside.
And is what? Is it a sound insulation?
It's a pre-built product that just gets essentially bolted together.
And built in?
No. There's not.
Okay. Any more questions for the applicant? No? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you forgot about it. Most of them have been answered, I'm pleased to say. But the one size, according to the plan, it seems the unit is wall to wall. So what size is the unit actually?
The overall footprint is about 19 square meters. It's about 3.5 meters wide by 5 meters, 5 and a bit meters deep. There is a plan that was put up part of the planning officer's presentation with the measurements.
Sorry. The proposed building would be 3.4 metres wide, 5.5 metres in length, 2.96 metres to the ridge and 2.13 metres to eaves height.
Thank you. Are we all done with questioning the applicant? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Chris. You talking, Chris, ward member?
Thank you very much, Chair. Nice to see you all again, committee, now that you're under decent leadership. If I may, Chair, I'd like to address the committee on a couple of points. One, I'd like to raise some points that, having heard the applicant now, have become a bit clearer. I'd like to draw your attention to one or two comments within the report. And then finally, I'd like to make a recommendation of why this application should be refused. If I could raise some comments having listened to the applicant. It's interesting when you get applicants in here, how the plan that they've proposed becomes more in detail. So this is an applicant that has no soundproofing in this facility. So therefore, any noise that is generated from engineering or whatever is done there, we don't know. There is no attenuation built into the facility. The fact that, as Councillor Bill Amos pointed out, there is no extraction system, the doors are going to have to be open. Or if, as he just suggested, we add an air conditioning unit, that will generate significant noise because they are noisy, and anyone who's ever lived with one will know that. So there are two issues already that have been raised that I don't think have been clearly highlighted previously. The applicant said it was not bordered by residential properties. He is correct. There are garages either side. But to state that this is not in a residential property or bordered, it is 5 to 10 metres to the back doors of the gardens or the houses on either side, maybe 10 metres. So it is clearly bordered by residential. He highlights that there's no parking issues, and Highways, I accept, have made no objection. However, I have spoken to Highways. This was a borderline decision such that they had to have a secondary meeting so that the officer could take advice, because it was so finely decided. And when you consider that with the other issues on the balance of things, that helps to sway it. I'd like to draw your attention now to your report and to paragraph, the first part of the report. It says in the introduction, it says this is a largely or predominantly residential area. This is an entirely residential area. There is nothing other than proper houses within a 200-metre radius. The nearest thing to it is at the end of Monarch Drive, which is a community shop, a chip shop, a pet shop, and a hairdresser's, which are community assets. This is one of the most residential locations in the city. So I'd like to bring that to your attention. Paragraph 5.2, and I won't read all of it, but in the opinion of the local planning authority, the limitations of the site to accommodate the proposed Class EG commercial unit would impact on the amenity of the adjacent residents and the local street scene in a negative manner. The proposed two-storey unit, so this is the old application, is incongruous in terms of scale, height, and materials on the constrained site, would have a negative impact on the outlook of the neighbours at 1 Everard and 70 and 72 Monarch Drive. Accepting now that this is only a one-storey, some of those limitations disappear. However, the report goes on to say the proposed use could be incompatible to the enjoyment of those and nearby dwellings and upset the suburban context of the local context and the residential amenity currently enjoyed. The limited employment opportunities from the site do not outweigh these negative impacts to such a degree to render the scheme acceptable. The proposal would thereby also be contrary to policy SWDP 21 of the South Worcestershire Development Plan, and the aims and interests of the National Planning Policy seeks to protect and promote the regard of residential development proposals. So I asked the committee this question. Other than taking down the second storey, which was completely out of order, what has changed in this planning application? Because in the last report, it was not acceptable, but suddenly now, because we have one storey less, the activity that previously we were told impacted negatively on the amenity of the residents is now okay. I'm sorry, that just doesn't stack up. I've already made, I'd like to go on now to give you a little example. So I came in earlier and I measured 10 metres. I brought the tape measure out. I'm sat 12 metres away from the chairman. That is where this workshop, commercial workshop, is going to be. I'm the back door of Miss Joyner's house. So if I'm sat in my garden, how is that going to impact upon my amenity? And I put it to any of you members, and I include myself, if that was at the bottom of my garden, I wouldn't be very happy, and it wouldn't be acceptable to me or my wife, particularly if you've got young children. The hours of operation of this facility are till 9 o'clock in the evening during the week. So you could have people operating lathes, machinery, acetylene torches. We don't know what they're going to do there because they haven't told us. So it's open to conjecture. And I'm afraid the argument that, well, if it's bad news, we'll call WRS, we shouldn't be approving planning applications that are later going to impact by requiring WRS to come out and resolve issues. That does not stack up. So having outlined my concerns, and I would like to point out Miss Joyner did a far better job of articulating the specifics. I would like to propose this. I am going to give you 3 reasons why you can refuse this application now and not be minded to refuse. And I'm happy to pass these to the chair afterwards so that he has them written down. I believe the committee should be refusing the application for the following. Point 1, significant impact on residential amenity. The workshop is situated in an entirely residential neighbourhood, and the impact upon the neighbouring residential properties from noise and other pollution and operating hours is completely at odds with the residential setting and conflicts with SWDP 21. The impact and potential risk of pollution, such as dust, fumes, noise, smell, vibration and chemicals of this unknown activity workshop, being located in a residential area, conflicts with SWDP 31. The proposed plans for the route to store the rubbish, and we heard from the applicant they haven't really got a plan for that, is legally not tenable, as it assumes access across the land that is not in the ownership of the applicant and for which permission has been refused by the owner. Therefore, the plans presented to this committee today are incomplete and unworkable. This application is in conflict with 2 local planning guideline documents and can legally not be delivered as described in the officer's report, and as such should be refused. Chair, members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. And Chair, thank you for the kind comments at the beginning of the meeting.
Over to you.
Thank you. I don't necessarily disagree with everything or anything that Councillor Mitchell has just said, but my comment is about his final statement that we could move to refusal and not minded to refuse. I understood that part of the minded to refuse was so that our officers could examine the reasons for refusal and see if they would stand up at appeal and to see if they are valid reasons. And just because a member, a councillor has come up with reasons like this, they would not necessarily be reasons that would stand up under appeal. So I would object to not going to minded to refuse, because I think, you know, part of the reason we do that is so that our experts, our officers, can actually look at those reasons.
The Constitution provides that members do have the right to go directly to a refusal if they are completely satisfied with the wording they've given and are satisfied that that wording completely addresses every issue and doesn't need any amendment at all. If those proposed recommendations for refusal do need to be considered and do need to be addressed and need to consider perhaps what the exact harm is and which particularly policies of the framework or the SWDP they contravene, then the minded to refuse process should be followed so that that can happen. Because if members go straight to a refusal and use that wording, that cannot be changed afterwards.
George, you want to comment, Sim?
No, that's covered it. Thank you.
Further questions, debate? Councillor Amos, Alan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points on the report, if I may. Let's get the reference. What bothers me about this is, and it has been referred to in the report, the flexibility of Class E. And it seems to me, if there is such a phrase, we're talking possibly about permission creep. In other words, we see so often, don't we, that people get permission for something and then they end up doing something else, and then we get around to it, and then we discuss it, and then enforcement gets involved, and then certainly nothing will happen. So they get the permission by default. So I don't have any confidence in saying, well, we'll grant permission for one thing. If it changes, then we'll do something when we know full well we don't. And what also bothers me, Mr. Chairman, is paragraph 8.4. because it says, essentially, this can be safeguarded against with a suitably worded condition to restrict changes, etc., 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 which could be more intensive and harmful to the residential area. But we all know, Mr. Chairman, conditions are usually not worth the paper they're written on. They can be changed, amended, or removed as quickly as anything. At the next meeting, they could come along with a condition to remove the condition. So really, the idea that the condition can stop things happening in any meaningful sense, certainly when it's as substantive as the purpose of the application, I think it's a bit disingenuous, to say the least. And I won't ask Councillor Mitchell to spell that word because he never could. The other thing that bothers me, Mr. Chairman, and it refers to paragraphs 710, 711 and 712. And I'm just a bit bothered about the reasoning, which is that it seems to be saying a while ago there was a bigger application and for all sorts of reasons it was refused. But now, because there's a smaller one, it's okay. Now, that is not acceptable because we're not judging this one against a bigger one. We're judging this one on its own merits. And we have seen, have we not, Mr. Chairman, time and time again, where people come along with a massive application, knowing it's going to fail. They then come back to the next meeting, it's reduced a bit, and they get what they want because it looks reasonable compared to what was unreasonable. So we can't say this is okay because it happens to be smaller than a bigger one that was refused. So I don't think we can accept that kind of argument.
Thank you.
And perhaps the officers can comment on both of those. But and incidentally, just a point, Mr. Chairman, to assist the debate. I don't want to get involved in at this point about minded to refuse or otherwise. Of course, officers could always give us their reasons at the meeting why our decision to refuse is so unreasonable and we're going to end up with a lost appeal and cost awarded against us. They can do it at the meeting. We don't have to come back 4 weeks later to do that. So that might assist this kind of argument.
I think, just to be fair, there's probably a case for the whole issue about minded to refuse to come back to the committee in its own right.
If members wish that to happen, then we can obviously have a look at that, but it's something that we will be looking into.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. My starting point is if there's a chance for a development where 1 or 2 people can be employed in the start, that's great. But of course, it's undeniable this is a predominantly residential area. So you start to think about the risks, don't you? And the suggestion is that
Can you speak up a bit, Andy? I think people are struggling.
The suggestion is that the residents, the neighbours, can put their faith in Worcester Regulatory Services and the Planning Enforcement Department. Well, okay. Worcester Regulatory Services, for those who don't know, at the moment, they're at the very front of the COVID battle. You know, they're the people who put the COVID marshals out and all that sort of thing. That's what they do, and their enforcement is focused on that. Usually, it's focused on other things just as important: taxi enforcement, safety in restaurants, weights and measures, all these sort of things. This place will never ever be a priority for them. I tell you for certain, if somebody says there's buzzing all night, somebody's knocking at 11 o'clock at night, they will not come out because it will never ever be a priority. So put that one to one side. Put your faith in the Planning Enforcement Department. Well, in case people generally don't know, the Planning Enforcement Department in Worcester comprises 1 person. And that person has to look at everything that's going on, all developments. He will not be coming out to see in 2 years' time whether this thing complies to what this committee approves. So there's my dilemma. In principle, it's great. If it were in a non-residential area, then I've no doubt that the committee, it wouldn't even come to the committee. It would be approved without conditions. Because it's in a residential area, it presents a risk. And the risk is made greater because we don't know what its use is going to be. personally, I think we owe it to the residents not to take the risk on their behalf.
Thank you, Chair. Just as an update, we have actually got authority to appoint a second enforcement officer and assistant planning enforcement officer, which will help in carrying out those investigations, which is to be welcomed. But also, we do have a statutory duty to investigate all enforcement complaints. So if a complaint was received in relation to the operation, we have a statutory duty to actually investigate. So we would be going out and having it.
Next one. And then I'll work my way down and come back to Pat.
Thank you, Chair. I've got concerns like some of my colleagues talking about the construction, which won't have sound insulation or ventilation. There's vibration possibly from the machinery where they're doing up the pub furniture, or whatever happens is we're not sure whether that will actually happen or something else. He could easily just sell it on afterwards and something completely different could happen. Now, without the ventilation, say it is pub furniture, varnishes, preservatives, all quite toxic substances, without ventilation could be a real issue and provide quite a problem with smell locally. Don't know how many vehicles will be going on and off the site, delivering to and from the pubs that need the new furniture. Till 9 at night. Now, if somebody's been working all day, the last thing they want is to be sitting in a smelly, noisy space that used to be their tranquility. So if nothing else happens, we need to change those hours of operation. And I suggest 6 o'clock at night is plenty late enough for that to happen. But that's only the very fallback position for me. I don't think it's an appropriate development for the reasons I've given.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I'm just trying to Councillor Joe Hodges.
Thank you. I'm trying to think of the positives of this, and the creation of a workshop which would provide employment and a small business, and as a council we are trying to support small businesses, is the positive. It's the only positive. So whilst I'm keeping that on one side, I'm trying to then balance what effect this will have on the neighbourhood. And I do notice in the conclusion and planning balance section in 8.3, it does say comparable activities can be undertaken by households which are of a similar nature. Now, we don't actually know that, because at the moment, part of the problem is we don't know what the workshop's going to be used for. But let's say it's something that the occupiers of the house might do themselves, but they wouldn't be doing it all the time. They wouldn't be doing it every day, and possibly on Saturdays as well. They would be doing it occasionally. So any inconvenience caused by the occupier actually doing some sort of maintenance work in a workshop there would be different to this being a place of employment and something going on all the time. I don't think that we should be today considering giving planning permission here if in the back of our minds we're thinking, well, how would enforcement work if this doesn't go right? Would it be regulatory services enforcement? Would it be planning enforcement? I don't think we should be passing something where we're thinking enforcement may have to come in here because they're not going to do what they say they're going to do. So I'm trying to balance, as we always do in planning, what are the pros and the cons. And at the moment, the cons are winning. If this was near me, I would be very unhappy about it. And it's the uncertainty, I feel, the uncertainty of how it's going to work out, what's going to take place here. Will there be pollution? Will there be noise? Will this be going on till 9 o'clock at night? You know, that's a horrific thought in a residential area, that there would be noise from a workshop till 9 o'clock at night. So at the moment, I'm coming down on the against, I must confess, minded to refuse though.
Margaret Bissett.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've heard some very powerful arguments why we should refuse this application. I'd just like to add one more consideration, which is that we're comparing this outbuilding to the garages at the bottom of the two gardens. But it's just pure chance in a way that there are garages there. There might have been gardens all the way to the bottom. And I don't think we should consider whether it matches those garages. What we have to do is to consider what difference that workshop is going to make to the entire area, which is, as we know, totally residential. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Patagar.
Thank you, Chair. I think my view has shifted during this debate. Doesn't often happen to me, but it did on this occasion, because planning is, of course, sometimes a delicate balance of pros and cons. Yes, we do need more small business units of various sorts, including this one. But the new change to the use class law legislation has left us in a tricky position. And that's why I suppose we're all worrying about whether or not we need regulatory services or planning enforcement to live on site to make sure that this is acceptable to neighbours. We have to assume, I think, that we as a council will do our duty, that we will actually seek to enforce the regulations. That said, I do think, and also, of course, there's a matter of the footpath in the application, which has been mentioned by other speakers, which is unfortunately outside our brief. We can't make a decision about that because it is more of a legal matter rather than a planning matter. We don't know what's going to go into this unit. And I am left with the feeling that sound mitigation measures are simply not there. There is no air conditioning there to assure us that the workers within the building will be protected from whatever noxious fumes or whatever might emerge from processes in the building. So and there is clearly in this application the view that there is going to be an adverse impact on amenity. When I add all of that up against the pros, I do think it comes out con. So that's really where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I have been to visit the site, and it's I've formed an opinion on that. I have very carefully read the proposal, and a lot of the points that I'm going to raise have been raised by fellow councillors this afternoon and by my fellow councillor, Mr. Mitchell. But I'd just like to reiterate those points because I think this is a very, very concerning proposal. It could well set a precedent for residential areas. And once again, I'm concerned that the residents are going to be overlooked. Everything's agreed on material grounds, but we don't seem to listen to our residents, the people that actually vote for us and put us in. And these are the people that will actually suffer when these developments go ahead. So I'm here, sitting here as a councillor, representing not my constituents in this occasion, but I'm supporting my fellow councillors in their case against this development. So it's the site to me is totally unfit and unsuitable for any form of development. It's not even the space of a small or medium garage, but a small, confined and cramped area in a totally residential, quiet and undisturbed street. Once again, the tentacles of undesirable and unnecessary development are spreading into seemingly smaller and smaller spaces, strangling them and despoiling established neighbourhoods. Even this small-scale development would be intrusive and incompatible with the established area. It does not integrate with the established properties, and could well set a precedent for similar types of proposals. Whilst we don't know of its intended use, there will no doubt be increased traffic, and there is no space for delivery vehicles and certainly no exterior provision for storage on site, since the proposal goes right up to its very boundaries. There is then the risk of pavement deliveries and the potential for delay or inability to move or store due to the physical constraints of such a small site. So I can only see that this will negatively impact on the amenity of the residents and the local street scene. Again, as has been pointed out, and I apologize if I'm reiterating it, but I think it's a very important point, there is too much flexibility in terms of actual and potential use. This is important, and it's been raised by all those who have spoken, the objector and Councillor Mitchell. Again, it's a small area, it's a residential area, it's nothing more than purely residential. Parking is a real and serious issue. There is no space whatsoever to expand this site. Then there is the problem of waste, and I've raised this and I will raise it again just to reiterate my point, and its storage. Collection of that waste is not ours to consider, but storage of that waste certainly is. If it is to be stored on the car parking space, then this displaces the vehicle that will be using that space onto the residential street. And as I have said, we really do need to consider the residents, and that is my job, and that's why I'm speaking to you now, to give them a voice which is so often ignored in planning applications. So I will now come to my conclusion. I've said this is not compatible within the established residential area. Such a small and cramped site is bound to run the risk of encroachment onto and into other space, probably the pavement and the road and possibly even surrounding area by one form or another. There are many examples, unfortunately, in our city of businesses using this practice to store vehicles. We have businesses in Worcester that use the highway for storing and parking their vehicles. They do not have premises. Now, this is something that is a great concern and should be a concern to all of us. So the small business can establish a fleet of vehicles, use that as a maintenance headquarters, and these vehicles can then be parked on the street overnight until they're collected by the hirer and returned at another point to another point sometime during the day. This is of great concern. The physical building itself, as I said when I questioned the proposer, is natural daylight is the only, that natural daylight will only come through the roof. So again, there is the likelihood and in all probability, the potential of the front double doors being permanently open for light and ventilation. So if controls are or need to be imposed, these will need to be enforced and managed by regulatory services. As we have just heard, that could well be a difficult problem. This takes time and it places yet more duties on those regulatory services and enforcement bodies. And they, I think, are already stretched, and they certainly will not welcome extra duties being imposed upon them by this sort of application. And the residents, again, have to endure while regulatory enforcement sort out the problems that have occurred. There's further incompatibility in that signage may be required in order to direct people or to advertise the business. And again, whilst this is controlled, temporary signage often tends to appear on telegraph poles, on lamp posts, tied onto street names and so on, to direct delivery drivers to the site. So I'm just coming to my conclusion now. This proposal for commercial or light industrial use is not compatible, certainly, in its present form and in the location that it is proposed to be put. This is solely a residential area and it should remain so. And we should listen to the residents and heed their concerns. I propose that this application be totally rejected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alan Amos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think that was well said. It's almost sounding like me. But I think to move the debate on, Mr. Chairman, we had a good debate. I move that we refuse this application for the reasons given by Councillor Mitchell. There's nothing more to be said, really, but I think there is an important point that Councillor Bill Amos has mentioned. We do need to listen to the residents who are going to be affected by this or any other development. It's not just an academic exercise. We're dealing with people's amenity, their outlook, and sometimes their livelihoods. We need to listen to them. And for that reason, I move that we refuse this and we do it today.
Just a word, Georgina, can we do that, or are we bound to be minded to refuse at this point?
As I said, you could do it, but if the reasons I didn't write them down, if they don't reference the MPF or the SWDP policies, or they don't specify the harm, there is a risk that if you make the decision today, those will be the reasons. And then there's a risk of an appeal that those reasons may not be quite as robust as they could be if officers were given the chance to take them away, look at them and report back to committee.
I know the proposer and seconder are happy to accept minded to refuse at this point.
I'm not trying to break any rules, Mr. I'm just trying to move things along. And if that's the advice of legal, then that's fine. But I think it would be helpful in future if, in those circumstances where it's possible, that the officers can give us their advice on the same day, because we're not talking about rocket science here. If they want to tell us that we're going to lose an appeal and we're going to have cross awards against us, they can do that on the day. But I'll happily be guided.
Thank you.
Thank you. With due respect to what Councillor Bill Amos has said, I don't want to give the impression to the public that we don't listen to what residents say. And in every single report we have, there is always a paragraph that says, in assessing the proposal, due regard has been given to local residents' comments as material planning considerations. That's the important thing as to whether the residents' comments are material planning considerations. We're not here to represent residents. We're here as a planning committee to listen to the proposal that's been put forward and to decide on planning grounds as to whether it should be approved or not. And unfortunately, sometimes residents' comments can't carry sufficient weight for us to refuse something. But I don't think it's right that we give the impression that we don't listen to residents' comments, because we do, and we give due consideration to those comments when we're actually making a decision. But we're not here just to represent residents in making our decisions. I think that's an important point, because I don't want to see in the Worcester News tomorrow that Worcester City Council Planning Committee never listened to residents' comments, because we do, and we give them proper consideration.
I just wanted to make a point, Chair, that I tried to put myself in the position of Kate Joyner, and the distance that Councillor Mitchell mentioned, my fence is further away than that distance to the back of my garden. And the house over the road is further away than that distance. And putting myself in the position of the opposer, Ms. Joyner, this makes me feel very uncomfortable. Thank you.
So, sorry, can I just, I'll take it as minded to refuse, proposed and seconded. It will come back next time. And can we ask for something next time in terms of how we could move to a process of refusal on the day?
Well, there is a mechanism already for it to be moved on the day. It's basically, as explained by my colleague, that already exists. It's basically that the advice that we're giving is actually to allow it to be properly considered and to give officer advice. It is minded to refuse is probably the better route to take.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to specifically move Joe Hodges reminded to refuse rather than, but there's a handful of reasons, and one of them is that we don't know what we are trying to give permission for. So I'm not going to go. I mean, other colleagues have rehearsed most of the arguments. I'm not going to go through that, but I think just move it along, minded to refuse, and I'll second the proposal if it's not already been done so.
Chair, I was under the impression that Councillor Amos had actually offered to do that.
The Amos is. So on that basis, can we go to a vote on the basis of the proposal that we are minded to refuse?
All those in favour? If that's unanimous, Chair.
Right, thank you. Chair, can I raise a slight point of order, not on that thing?
Sure.
I mean, I love the Joe versus Joe conversation, and of course they were both right, because you do listen to residents, but not if they're not material considerations, if they're just blowing steam. But my point really is, there I am on that screen, marked as a Conservative. I don't mind that, proud to be that, but not in this committee. That's not what I'm at all. I'm a councillor in this committee. We don't take party whips. We don't make prejudgments, and that sort of, I don't know whether that's something we might reflect on in the future.
Adding to that to some degree, when we speak, our picture goes on the screen, but when we're taking a vote, nobody can see how we're voting unless it's a named vote. And I'd quite like it to be, when we do take a vote and it's a show of hands, that somehow that can be recorded instead of just the chair taking the vote. It just makes us more.
You can do that. The named vote works here as well as anywhere else.
But there's a camera that takes in the whole chamber. We could somehow do that.
Yeah. I think, Mr. Chairman, what Councillor Barnes says is very reasonable. I mean, after all, it's a public vote, therefore the public should know how we voted. And as for the party label put under, I've been called lots of things in my time. Being called a Conservative is one of the more polite, so I'm happy with it.
And when we go to a vote, we'll switch to. Yeah.
I'll shout.
Thank you. Shall we move on then to agenda item 8, Land Darwin Avenue? Sorry?
The things they voted.
Seven comes after 8 and 11. Who's presenting 8?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of housekeeping items before we move on to the presentation on this item. First of all, on paragraph 1.5 of the report in front of you, please ignore the reference to the community infrastructure levy regulations. the reference should be to Regulation 14 of the Neighbourhood Planning General Regulations 2012. You will also note alongside this item that there there is a late paper that comprises further comments from a Mr. Sumpner, which are detailed in the late paper report for you, together with a copy of that original email. Also, Council's opinion that's been circulated by the applicants, which I understand has also been circulated directly to members, as well as a briefing note from the applicants. So the opinion and the briefing note is attached as Appendix 2 and 3 to the late paper report. And at Appendix 4 are comments from Warndon Parish Council in response to the officer's report at item 8.
If we're going to get into a discussion vis-a-vis the council's opinion on both the applicant and us as an authority, we would have to go into private session. So I would suggest we don't go there unless you feel we really must, in which case we'll have to exclude the public and turn off the broadcast. Councillor Amos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if I could get either your advice or that of our legal officer on a procedural matter. It's also an issue of principle, I think. And I just minded with what guidance you've just given us. Like everybody else, I've received council's opinion. I've received lots of late papers, and receiving late papers is the norm. However, I am concerned to have been sent a legal advice, 14 pages, council's opinion. I'm not qualified to interpret necessarily legal advice. I listened to it, I asked for it. If I did have questions on it, I'm not sure to whom they would be addressed, because the council who's giving the advice is not here. So I can't ask the council any questions on the advice I have been given. The second point is it's a question of balance, Mr. Chairman. As has been said on the other item, we're here to work all the evidence for and against. Now, if one side is going to start sending council's opinion, then the other side must have that opportunity. But of course, you have to be very wealthy to be able to afford council's opinion. And obviously the objectors are not in that position, so they haven't or have chosen not to send us a council's opinion. And the third point, which is your point, Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, if we do want to discuss the contents of that, which I don't, but if we did, we'd have to do it in secret and exclude the press and the public. And then how does that appear in the wider community that we're discussing something that important, but in secret? In other words, that is the consequence if we want to discuss that kind of advice we've been sent. So can I ask either you, Mr. Chairman, or the legal officer, that this practice is not good, and I'd rather we didn't go down this road having council's opinion thrust at us a couple of days before the meeting. We have all the advice we want with our officers if we want it. And I'm really not happy if this is now going to be one side can afford it, but another side can't.
I'll let George comment, but I would suspect we have no mechanism to stop an applicant, because in the public domain, the membership of this committee is known, and there's nothing stopping them directly contacting us. But George.
The chair is quite correct that the applicant is entitled to submit any information he likes in support of his application, provided it's not slanderous or offensive or racist. So if he wants to submit a legal advice, we don't have a mechanism to prevent that. What I can say is that the advice was received by council officers in advance of the publication of the report. So the report was written with the knowledge of that advice, that the report has seeks to give members a balanced view of what officers' recommendations and officers' opinions. So it has been considered in the writing of the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's helpful. But I agree there is no mechanism as such to stop it being sent. But perhaps the message could be got out that if it is sent, members perhaps could be advised to treat it with the contempt or with the importance that it deserves. Because I am very concerned about balance here. And if somebody came in objectively and looked at the late papers, I mean, clearly, I mean, I understand there's something in law, Georgina could advise us, that you're not allowed to lead a witness. But sort of getting, you know, 14 pages of legal advice saying if we do this, we're going to lose an appeal, have costs awarded against us, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm not threatened by it, but newer members may think, gosh, well, we mustn't do this or we must do this. It's really not good practice, Mr. Chairman, to put it mildly.
I'm not sure there's a lot we can do about it. This is the reality. Alan.
Yes.
Could I, we have received this. We may not all treat it with contempt. We may read it and take note of what is said in it because it is legal advice being given to us. We did get the subsequent email to say that everything that was in here has been reflected in the report. And so we are giving consideration to this by reading the report. As has been said, there is nothing illegal or improper in this happening. And I think we should consider it along with the other papers that we received. I certainly don't regard it with contempt.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to recognise that this has been sent in by the applicant and it's their legal opinion. Okay. When you are considering the application, obviously, as you were saying, you will have regard to that and read it, but it is their opinion. And obviously it's their legal advice, not the legal advice that we've received. So, you know, it's part of the consideration. So they've submitted it, you consider it, and then as members of the planning committee, you make your decision.
Yes, thank you. So hopefully that's given you update on the late papers and the correction to paragraph 1.5 of the report. I think it'd be useful if we could just go through the slide presentation on this one, just to familiarise newer members of the planning committee with the proposal, which, as we know, is a scheme for 50 affordable housing dwellings, which is not a garage on that side. There we go. So if we can just, next slide, please. So that is the application site edged red. And I'd also refer members to the previous report, which gives a fuller description of the site and the surroundings and the nature of the proposals. The next slide, please. If we can sort of gently scroll through, these are various photographs from various vantage points leading to, in and around the site to give you a feel for its layout and its character and its surroundings. Relationship with footpath network through the site, adjacent properties. So we can see that is adjacent to existing residential properties, as well as, if we can just hold it on that one, please. So we can see to the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that that is the Elan Homes development proposal, which is under construction, probably nearing completion at this stage. And to the left in the green and grey coloured version is the proposed development, which is the subject of this application. Next slide, please. And the next few slides are illustrations of the floor plans and elevations of the proposed dwellings on the site. If we could gently scroll through those, please. So typical form of a mix of residential properties, which, as I say, are described in further detail in the original report. Predominantly semi-detached and terraced housing on the site. And I think it's probably the slides that follow these that are perhaps, okay, that gives you the dispensation of the various house types. And the next slide, please. Okay, and that's the proposed landscaping layout of the site. So you can see balancing pond down to the bottom right-hand corner and an area of open space to the top of the site. And it is detailed at the various planting and various other landscape proposals for the site. And the next slide, please. So that is the existing site allocation, and these plans are repeated for you in the report for ease of reference. The next slide, and this is the proposed allocation within the review of the SWDP, which is an amalgamation of the existing allocation SWDP 43-1 together with additional land to the top left-hand corner of the site. So it deallocates F43-1, and this would be a new allocation. And the next slide, please. And this is one perhaps we can look at. So that, I think that's quite a useful plan, because if you can see the existing SWDP 43-1 allocation, which encompasses the Elan Homes development to the right, and then you can see the spur of the remainder of SWDP 43-1, and then to the top left-hand corner outside that red line spur is the balance of the site, which is not currently allocated for residential development, but is proposed to be allocated under SWDP New 7. So if we can go to the next slide, and we're back to the proposed layout. Thank you, Amy. So in terms of the report itself, as is detailed in the report, members were minded to refuse the application for the reasons that I've repeated in the report at paragraph 1.3. And before we go on to discuss those grounds, I've given some additional information that has been, which is considered relevant in terms of the Warndon Parish Council neighbourhood plan, which is or was out till consultation until the 21st of June. And we give some commentary on the neighbourhood plan and this site. So on the top of page 41, you can actually see a proposed green space allocation, which excludes the application site. But as I've said in the report, that's really just to show due diligence with the emerging SWDPR. I don't think that should be taken as any acceptance by the parish council that this site would be free from development. But as we've said in that section of the report, like the review of the SWDP, the neighbourhood plan should also be given little, if any, weight, given its current stage of preparation. So following a brief commentary on the procedural matters, which most familiars are aware of, I then seek to address the 3 grounds on which members were minded to refuse planning permission on. And I trust that those elements of the report are self-explanatory. I suspect there will be a lot of debate on this issue, so I won't dwell on that in any great detail. It is there for you to read. But effectively, the conclusion of your officers is that out of the 3 grounds for refusal, we feel that the second ground relating to the green space network is the one that, without prejudice to officers' recommendation, would perhaps be the one that we feel would perhaps stand up better to scrutiny should an appeal be lodged. So in conclusion, as officers, we are still recommending the application for approval, subject to the conditions set out in section 9 of the previous report to the Planning Committee and the heads of terms for the section 106 agreement. We do not feel that the grounds of objection would be sustained at an appeal. However, we recognise that members are quite entitled to come to a different weighting and a different conclusion to officers. And if that was the case, we have a suggested reason for refusal as set out at paragraph 5.1 on page 48 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Questions, comments?
It's just a point of order, and again, I seek your clarification or that of the legal officer, in the light of this debate we've just had. Now, are we discussing now just the reasons for refusal or the application itself? And this is a very important principle, because given the number of new members, clearly in the legal system, you wouldn't have a new jury coming in to consider the same case. This case is the same as it was when we first discussed it a couple of months back. Nothing has changed. So the circumstances are the same. The only thing that has changed is the membership of this committee. So therefore, are we or are we not going to consider the merits of the reasons themselves, or are we just going to move the debate on and listen to the advice of officers why the reasons for refusal are somehow defective? Because this is the difficulty, Mr. Chairman, with this absurd system we've got. I don't know whether we're discussing the whole thing or just something else. But certainly, natural justice requires that you can't have two juries considering the same case. And that's what we must avoid here. Otherwise, one of these days we will be subject to challenge if we carry on with this absurd practice.
Today, members should be considering the reasons for refusal, the robustness of those reasons. And although we have got different members, all the members here today have had the opportunity to see the first paper that came to committee, the second paper that's come today. They've had an opportunity to see all the comments on the website, listen to the recordings if they want to. So every member here has had that opportunity, and it therefore should be a consideration of the merits of the grounds for refusal, not a rehash of the whole application.
So just to confirm then, Mr. Chairman, what we're discussing is the reasons that the former committee have given for refusal. Because I remember very well, I'm sure you will, we had a very full debate, we had all the advice, we had all the consideration done in a very proper and professional way. There's nothing new to be said, is there? It's just looking at the reasons that the committee has already given for refusal. Fine. In that case, I'm happy, if that's what we're going to do.
Councillor Amos as to what we should be discussing. Questions, comments? We have a choice, I guess. Do we want to actually go back to the original three and discuss? Do we wish to go back and discuss why 2 out of the 3 have been discounted, so to speak, in the officer's opinion? Or are we content to go with the one which officers believe would stand the test of review should we actually go ahead and refuse this?
Well, if you're looking at me, Mr. Chairman, I mean, all I can say is, as I say, we've discussed this ad nauseam. I've got nothing further to add. I mean, since the circumstances haven't changed, I can't see why I would change my original vote. So,
I'm not asking you to change your original vote. I'm saying we came up at the previous meeting with 3 reasons for refusal. Officers' advice is that only one of those they believe would stand the test of a refusal going through. So we need to decide, are we going to refuse this on the basis of the 3 original reasons for refusal, or just the one that officers believe would stand us in best stead?
I think that officers should have the opportunity to say why they think that the other reasons don't stand up to the test. Just briefly.
Well, I will try and be as brief as possible, and I hoped I'd done that in the report for you, Councillor. However, going through that, we didn't feel that the first ground, that conflict with policy SWDP 43.1 by extending beyond the current allocation for residential development would be one that we would feel comfortable being able to attract consultants to represent the city council in, because as we've referred to within the original report and also this report, whilst the review of the emerging development plan we've said cannot be attributed much late, nevertheless it is still a material consideration, and also that it doesn't nevertheless preclude applications coming in before the adoption of the revised South Worcestershire Development Plan. In other words, it would be considered as a large, sizable windfall site capable of delivery. And we see numerous other applications of that ilk. So that's the first, perhaps, main point to consider. The second...
I can't speak on this because I'm asked to make representation, but I really do question the officer's definition of a windfall site. I looked at it, perhaps you could clarify what he believes a windfall site is.
Well, it's a windfall site is a development whereby it's, I suppose, windfall, it's unexpected, you know, in the general sense of the word. Yeah. Yeah.
The term windfall site is used to refer to the sites which become available for development unexpectedly and therefore are not included as allocated land in the planning authority's development plan. There's nothing unexpected about this. The site was always there. It's just that it's been chosen to give it that definition. What that site would normally be is if, let's say, a business had gone out of business and the land became available, that would be a windfall site. This was a greenfield site, which has now been enclosed and is being called a windfall site. And you've got the experts here, but I challenge the definition as provided.
Okay, well, moving on, clearly in terms of the green space, this is the one that we feel that perhaps would be able to hold more water than the other two grounds. On the basis, and I think it's encapsulated in paragraph 3.15, that the open space assessment doesn't show that specific green space is surplus requirement. And so therefore you could make an argument that policy SWDP 38 is not satisfied. Whilst I go on to say that I feel that the benefits of the proposal, which are detailed in the original report and summarised in section 8 of that report, we still feel that that would outweigh any conflict with SWDP 38, but because it's the nature of the open space assessment that doesn't show that specific areas of green space are surplus requirement, whereby we think that a case could be made. And then finally, in terms of the impact on the character, quality and biodiversity of the green space, we perfectly accept that there will be short-term impacts because of the site clearance and preparation works, but nevertheless, we feel that there are reasonable mitigation measures in place that in the medium to long term would redress that harm to an acceptable degree.
Thank you. I'm being advised, Andy, that you needed to have declared an interest and you need to step back from the discussion in terms of.
That's why I only asked for the definition, Chair, and I will, when the opportunity comes to speak, I will do just that and then sit back.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't quite get all that. You know I haven't got a problem with hearing, but he's down for on this order paper and he's there to speak. So, I would like to hear that.
Mr. Chairman, it might be a question for Mr. Manley, I suspect. And it comes back to the interesting question of the weight that we should be giving to emerging policy, especially when the policy hasn't actually emerged to the extent that anybody around this table has actually seen it. And as I said before, I'm very reluctant to approve something on the basis of a policy I haven't seen and is not likely to be adopted for at least 2 years. I detect a nuance in the situation, though, because I think last time we were told that we needed to give considerable weight to the emerging policy that nobody had seen, because I actually raised that issue at the time. I see now in paragraph 3.9, we're told, and I'm happy with this, the emerging SWDRP can be afforded only limited weight at the present time. That's not what we were told last time, so I'm very pleased to see that there's been some improvements. And I thank Mr. Manley for his consideration of that point.
Yeah, we have clarified that it is a material planning consideration because it is part of the plan making process. The weight you give to the plan as it advances through its different stages, it gets more weight as it goes through that process. So at this moment in time, we're at a Reg 18 stage, which is an early part of that process. And therefore, whilst it is something we consider as when we're looking at an application, we only, as the report has clarified now, it doesn't give it significant weight at this moment in time.
Questions?
Not a question, Chair, but if I may start the debate.
Sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Would
Do
it
you
be
want
acceptable
make
for the
your-
ward
as the
councillor
ward
to address?
councillor, and then we'll go to debate.
The ward councillor is declaring an interest and addressing the committee as ward councillor is then going to sit back and he's not going to take part in the debate or vote on the item.
Georgina, I couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks, thanks very much. So if I officially have to declare an interest, then I've done that. It would be predetermination if I sat on things. So you've had councillor's advice. I'm going to give you my advice, and I won't charge you £300 an hour either. So the committee will know that what's proposed doesn't conform to the current development plan. It's there in paragraph 3.9 of the report. It says, given it's a relatively early stage in preparation, and the fact that SWDP remains for the time being up to date, the emerging SWDPR can be afforded only limited weight at present. And there's also general agreement within in the paper, I won't go all through it, it's rehearsing it, that the development would mean the loss of some treasured green space, and green space particularly treasured by the people of Ronkswood. And Alan Amos has been wondering about what has changed since the committee is minded to refuse. Well, first, as far as the application, nothing at all. There's been no accommodation whatsoever to move towards the committee's views. But other things have changed. Many of you will have attended a planning session when the question of maturity of the revised plan was put to a very experienced trainer. His view was that it was insufficiently developed to have weight, and that's no doubt fed into the report and this new view of its status. Other councillors will have attended the recent health committee when we were addressed by a public health officer who confirmed that health and well-being benefits of having access to open space. He also touched on inequalities, and I'm not going to teach anybody to suck eggs, but you'll know that people in this area, some of them are not the most advantaged people in our community. When the application, and I ought to say, by the way, thank you for the officers for a much more a balanced report, I think this time, and they're to be congratulated on that. But when the report was put forward last time, there was this spectre of having too much green space. and that was pretty well rejected. Now we've got this terminology, windfall site, which I'd like to speak to more on, if I may. And because that's been used to provide the suggestion that on balance, there's strong material grounds in favour of proposal. And those outweigh the green space area to accommodate. Now, I like Joe, I couldn't find those in the paper. I couldn't find these strong material grounds. Perhaps it was difficult to find them, but there we are. I'm glad I'm not on my own. I suppose what is cited and where it lies is that Worcester is identified as a principal settlement that should be the focus for the largest amount of development, housing and retail development. Now, just reminding ourselves from the training we had again, it was made clear that we have a 7-year building supply for housing, and we know that 40% of that has to be for affordable housing. So it's not for me to question, but the committee might want to question that. Referring to the concern to the environment, just to be clear, you saw this map and stretching the plan. There's a bit been tagged on to the site, and the logic is if you make it bigger, you can say, there we are, we've fulfilled our environmental responsibilities, we've got 40% open space. It says the scheme provides 40% green infrastructure as per SWDP 5. Now, you might ask yourselves whether by stretching a site and then giving it a new definition, whether that's really doing what's right, or is it a clever maneuver? But for me, perhaps the most worrying thing about the whole paper is this business about the council housing needs figure is a floor, not a ceiling. And therefore, the proposals represent a sizable windfall site capable of delivering in parallel with emerging SWDPR, etc. So what we're saying is, despite the definition that I provide you to about what a windfall site is, that you can go around and look at a green space and say, oh, there's a windfall site. You know, there's your local park, there's your local area, there's your and there's your windfall site. I just fail to see that, because if you couple those together, that our housing needs, our levels are only a base, and we don't know where the ceiling is, and all green spaces are on side because they're windfall sites, I fear for the future of Worcester. I fear for the health of people who need access to green spaces, and I feel for our interpretations of what is right. I'm very grateful for officers for in their balance report for making suggestions of how you can make a grounds for refusal. I see it's refined down to one, but we talked about SWD 38 states the development of green space will not be permitted other than exceptional circumstances. I think what I'm putting to you is that since you last met, when there were no exceptional circumstances, no new exceptional circumstances have been presented. And so I've just asked you to stick with the metal and do the same again. And at that point, I shut up and put my seat back and back out. Thank you, Chair.
Just a matter of clarification on the windfalls, the definition of the windfall site. It is, as you said yourself and you read it out, it's the land which falls outside any designation within a plan. Part of the plan is coming forward. Part of the site is being proposed as part of the emerging plan, but because it's obviously at that early stage, the reason the windfall is because part of the site is allocated, part of it falls outside, so that we're actually classifying it as a windfall site for the purposes of the application. It's a little bit of, it's not semantics, it's just to clarify that because it's not allocated specifically, it's part of it is going to be a windfall because it's not as part of the no adopted element or it sits outside that which is adopted in part.
Chair, thank you for that explanation. Filled and full of fear, it means the whole of Ronkswood Fields could be deemed to be a windfall site in the future, irrespective of whether they're in our development plan. And the same goes for any other green spaces in your area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I just, again, would in the papers in front of you, it's highlighted at paragraph 3.15. I understand what you're saying about green space. All green spaces are up for grabs. It's not, because we obviously have a policy there that they have to meet the criteria of, and officers have reviewed the second reason for refusal, and within paragraph 3.15, they're saying the open space assessment does not show that the specific green space. It's not all sites are up for grabs. It's looking very specifically at that particular green space, saying specific green space is surplus to requirements, and that is part of that policy requirement. Now, for the purposes of the officer's application, they're saying it's a planning balance. They're saying that they think the benefits of the proposed development outweigh the loss of that green space for the purposes. That's the officer's position in putting forward an approval. But what they are saying is that, as you can read at 3.15, it's a planning balance for members to make as to whether or not you think that the loss of that green space and the impact that has upon the area outweighs the benefits. And that's why we're here. That's why you're here to make that decision, and that's within your gift to make. The reason why we're specifying that particular reason of the three reasons we're highlighting reason 2 is because we've looked at it and we think that that's the one where if you are minded to go for a refusal, then that's the one we think, because it is a planning balance, that there is potential there for that to be defended. The other two are problematic, as my colleagues has gone through. The first one and the third reason for refusal are more problematic for us, and we obviously think that we would struggle to appeal to sustain an argument in respect of those two. So we have brought it back. We have looked at the three reasons, and we are saying, well, if you are minded, then reason 2 would be the reason as outlined within the offers, what the officer stated. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Manley, that neatly brings me actually to one of my greatest concerns with this application. And that is that the area is cut up into wards, and those wards have been used as the basis to say there's an oversupply of green space. But the problem with this site is it's on the boundary 3. It's on the boundary of my ward, which is Nunnery. It's on the boundary of Councillor Roberts' ward. And it's also on the boundary of Warndon Gorse Hill. And what I know from living at the top of Tolladine Hill there is that huge numbers of people from that side use it almost daily. It's the only green space to which they have reasonable access, because the nearest park is 2 miles away for them. So it is very important to them. And the other thing I know from working in the voluntary sector, and I think Councillor Roberts may well know something similar because of your work with children and young people. I used to work for a national charity, basically, and I was a project officer here for them. And one of the things I did know for sure was that children from low-income backgrounds, young people from low-income backgrounds, led very urbanized lifestyles. They had no access to green space very often. And therefore, this kind of green space, where there's no other green space in the vicinity, is tremendously important to them, because it's the only space they're going to see, that's green. Because, as I say, they live very urbanized lifestyles in heavily built up environments. So it's terribly important because it's an open space as well. There are woods in Nunnery, for example, there's Perry Wood, but that's difficult to play in, isn't it? It's difficult to throw balls in, it's difficult to do a lot of things. It's difficult, I mean, the only people who use Perry Wood really are dog walkers, but dog walkers also use this space daily. I used to use it daily when I was going over to County Hall. It was my walking route. So it is tremendously important to the people of the area, of several areas, several wards. And I think that's one of my greatest concerns with it, really. It's true, of course, that the SWDP, in a sense, we are playing with definitions regarding whether it's not in the current SWDP, which has been adopted. It is, a large part of it is in the next iteration of that plan. But we're not sure if we agree with that or not. We haven't decided that. And a lot of, I'm probably one of the very few people here that actually have seen that. And even I didn't agree with it at the time. So it's one of those things. That's about it, I think. I'm really quite concerned about this one. I think the reasons that the officers have given are reasonable. But I wonder if it really takes enough into consideration as to the fact that this is so important to local residents of several areas and the reasons for that. Thank you.
No. Does anybody want to make a proposal as to what we should do next? Councillor Amos.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I could move then it's refused for the reasons given in paragraph 5.1, taking advice of the officer's opinion as well. There's no point in rehearsing the merits and the pros and cons at this point. But I think Councillor Agar actually made a very powerful point just now, when she said that local people need this, young people in particular. And of course, the applicants can always come back at some stage with a different or smaller application. It's not all or nothing. But this is obviously, I think, my own view, and I think other colleagues as well, it is not the right size of a location for a development of this nature.
So you're proposing the adoption of paragraph 5.1? Second.
I'd like to second.
Yeah. Anybody else want to comment before we go to the vote? Okay.
With microphone off, then I'm going to go in favour of refusal of the application for the ground set out in paragraph 5.1 of the report. And all those against? Is carried. It can be, yes. Thank you.
Recorded as refusing. I think it would be helpful just as a general principle, because it's a public vote anyway. Why don't have it be recorded?
If members wish to have a name vote, we can have a name vote.
Well, all right, then a name vote, and then we can be consistent. Yes.
Do you want me to go around the room? Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Aladita.
It's for the proposal.
For refusal. For refusal. Yeah. So you're for refusal, Councillor. Councillor Alan Amos.
For.
Councillor Bill Amos. Councillor Owen Cleary. Councillor Mel Alcott. For. Councillor Marjorie Bissett. For. Councillor Joe Hodges. Councillor Jenny Barnes. Councillor Pat Agar. And Councillor Mike Johnston. Councillor Pat Agar, can I just check that you said against, but you seconded it? I think are you for refusal, Councillor Agar? Thank you. Motion is carried, Chair. Thank you.
Sorry? You can rejoin. It was like he never went away, Andy. Right. Yeah. We now move to agenda item 11, 22A, the cross. Comfort break. Shall we take 5 minutes if people need to
Sorry, Lynn.
say a word.
Yeah, members, I just wanted to say that when we were taking the vote, because of the way the microphone works, to do a named vote, each time I would have to turn my microphone off and you'd have to each turn yours on every time you spoke. And therefore it'd be easier to have all the microphones off. If I say 4 and you raise your hands, but if you could leave your hands up for a little longer than normal to give time for officers to just make a note of your choice, and then that can then be minuted that way if members are happy with that process. Thank you.
This application is for 22A to 23 The Cross, for a change of use from a bank to an adult gaming centre, which is a sui generis use. Next slide, please. Sorry, there are two late papers, one of which is a revised position from Public Health. Next slide, please. The site is outlined in red, and it is within the Historic City Conservation Area. There are a number of listed buildings which are adjacent and opposite to it. The photograph here shows the building as it is. It was last a bank in May 2018, and it's now vacant. The door on the left is the main entrance.
Sorry, on the screen it still says meeting paused. So are we electronically unpaused in terms of the YouTube thing?
Okay. Okay, the door on the left is the main entrance to the ground floor, and the right entrance leads to the upper floor, including that of the adjacent building. This is a view towards the cross, kind of. It's a busy area with high footfall, bike shelters, refuse bins, and traffic. The adjacent buildings are a vape shop and a coffee shop. Slide, please. This is a wider view of the street scene, and you can see a range of businesses and currently one vacant retail unit. Next slide, please. This is the existing ground floor when it used to be a bank. Next slide, please. And this is the proposed ground floor of the proposed use, which effectively opens up the floor area. So you've got a bigger floor area. The police have been clear that they only do not object if the position of 9 AM to midnight are the opening hours and not beyond. This is to avoid conflict or to exacerbate existing antisocial behaviours, concerns during late evening, early morning times within the cross. This has been accepted by the agent, and measures to manage the site have been put forward. These are included in section 3.3 of your report, which have been accepted by regulatory services, the police, and Public Health. The balance of consideration has related to the impact of the proposal in the context of the city centre and the benefits it can bring. On balance, the occupation of the unit and the associated employment and activity in the city centre has outweighed the concerns, which have felt to be adequately mitigated. The proposed use is a sui generis use, which would require planning permission if changing to anything other than its former Class E use within 10 years. As such, it is considered acceptable and it is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to speak and I guess to explain myself in terms of calling it. This application, in my view, raises a number of principles that I think are worthy of discussion by members of this committee and by officers in terms of, planning policy and maybe potentially some gaps in terms of our planning policy. Will this development, will the proposed change have a positive impact on regeneration of our city centre? Will it have a positive economic development? Because there are pros and cons in terms of economic development. Very few jobs will be created by it. and there are significant economic risks to customers who will be our population, with regard to economic impact on them and their families and the potential for increased indebtedness. So far as I'm aware, we don't have a policy in terms of number of gambling facilities, and there are a number of them within close quarters within the city centre. How many is too many, and is that something we should be thinking about? There are well-documented adverse health impacts from gambling, and the NHS actually commissions and provides services and treatment for addicts, which is something to bear in mind. There's some debate within the paper regarding hours of operation, and what the applicant first wanted has now been reduced. They were wanting 24-hour operation. As to the fact that the premises is near to the cross, and nighttime, in normal times, nighttime economy and antisocial behaviour in that area is a really important consideration. I'm not sure that it should be the overwhelming consideration with regard to this application. The premises has got a licence, but then the licensing regime is very, very different to the planning committee. This committee has a much wider remit and is able to consider the impact of the application as having a positive impact on the city as a development, and also as a potential negative impact. And it is that balance of risks. The fact that no alcohol is served, fine. Complimentary refreshments, teas and coffees, they're actually funded by what people spend in there whilst betting, of course. Members will note in the consultations, so 6.1, municipal charities have the premises next door, and that is a residential property. Living over the shop is a policy that is much encouraged by this committee and by this council. It is a reminder that the city centre is residential. There are people living right next door to that. Under SWDP 10, there's an objection that this application fails to meet that criteria. So the economic role, only 6 full-time employees, which is a relatively small number in the scope of the whole economy of the city. There is an argument that what is currently an unoccupied vacant premises adds no value either. But in terms of positive regeneration of our city centre, is an adult gaming centre the vision that we're actually looking for regenerating our city? And does it mitigate the perception of decline? I think that's arguable and for debate. So there is a potential impact on neighbouring amenities. I find it interesting that within paragraph 7.17, referring to the potential for noise nuisance, I think all of us as councillors are aware of actually the very long and tortuous path of proving a noise nuisance actually exists, and the level of misery for residents along that path. And noise comes in different shapes, volumes, etc. So it may not be hugely loud, but I'm just trying to imagine having underneath my bedroom window, you know, the ka-ching of a hall full of machines and electronic noises. And when someone wins, hurrah, hurrah, and ka-ching, ching, 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 it could be a really disturbing noise, but at what point does it become nuisance? So I think, you know, you shouldn't underestimate rather the potential risk there. I'm pleased that there is at least a condition imposed and that the applicant has accepted of only operating up to midnight. In normal terms, noise after 11 p.m. is regarded as antisocial, and you know, how long before the applicant comes back and wants to keep going, operating 24/7, which was very much their first aspiration. The report from Public Health is important, and I think, you know, to part of what I wanted members to debate and to sort of bring some focus to is the impact of the Planning for Health supplementary document. What is said in your report in 7.27 is that there's no mention of the within the SPD of gambling and or gambling harm in the document. I'm not sure that is completely accurate. I have printed off the full submission made by the Public Health Department, in which they refer to the psychological distress and the potential harm and financial hardship, interpersonal conflict, relationship breakdown that gambling can cause. Interesting fact that I wasn't particularly aware of, that problem gambling is highest among the 16 to 24 age group, and we as a city have a high percentage of young people, within that age demographic. Within the Planning for Health supplementary planning document, it encourages the completion of a health impact assessment for developments, including betting shops and leisure institutions. So one of my questions is now, has a health impact assessment, what Public Health have said is a health impact assessment should be completed by the applicant for the proposed planning application. Now, I don't know whether that's been done. It certainly wasn't within the papers that have come to this committee. Those are, I think, important considerations and matters for debate. In the conclusion of your report, paragraph 8.4, the decision is nuanced and requires careful balance. It is a city centre location. Does it improve the vitality to have this particular use of the premises? And it has the potential to generate additional noise and activity to the detriment of residents. I think there are some matters of principle for debate that I would suggest, members of this committee need to consider carefully before coming to a decision on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny.
I just need to declare an interest as a trustee of Worcester Municipal Charities. I know that I haven't heard a discussion at the charity meeting about it, but just to put it on record that I have that interest.
I guess I need to declare that interest too.
Andy, back at the table.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a question to Lynn. Can I just do a little tiny bit of preamble? is that if I'm sort of declaring an interest, I can't stand these places. I mean, I guess it's dreadful. And it just seems so seedy to me. And they invite people to squander money usually that they haven't got. But what I'm struggling to do is find a material planning consideration for why, other than conditions, I'm struggling to find a sound reason why I can justify my prejudice. I mean, this premises will be in accordance with the Gaming Act 2005, isn't it? Which I think was a mistake anyway, by the way, but still, we've had it now for all these years, but it'll be in accordance with that. The reg services say the noise won't be a problem. I didn't quite get what it would look like from outside. I do hope it's not one of these horribly gaudy things. That might be a ground for objection, but I'm really struggling. And what can I say? What can I pin an objection on? That's material.
I mean, I guess it is the economic. So part of our plan, no, the absolute requirement of our planning regime, isn't it, is about economic, social and environmental role. And I think now arguably this fails on the economic role. I think what it does identify is that we don't have a planning policy for around, gambling and these kinds of facilities and applications. And there is, public health have a legitimate, that's not the wrong word. Public health are a statutory consultee and they have taken the time and the bother to respond to this. There is a legitimate public health concern, and that would be linked potentially to a social concern. So I think officers are obviously better qualified than I am. I'm a councillor representing my ward and my area, and see some dire applications and some okay applications in the city centre and some quite good ones. And make a judgment about what to call in. As to how far the health supplementary planning document, which was a very significant achievement, I'm quite pleased and proud that that is part of our planning processes. Is it applicable to this? And if so, has it been fully applied and adequately considered with regard to the report that you have before you?
If there are any more questions.
It's not a question, it's just a point. I was going to broadly with Andy. I have personally no interest in these places, but this place has been empty for 3 years. And what's going to go there if this doesn't? Will it be empty for another 3 years? It seems silly to reject it on a personal basis, because I can't see a reason to reject it on a planning basis.
Okay, so we've no more questions, but I haven't got a question for Lynn, you see, and I was going to start the debate. So if there are no more questions. Okay. Oh, sorry.
I think the thing about this one is it's on the cusp of planning and licensing law, and that causes us some problems because licensing law does say that gambling is permissible, and it can, our licensing committee can decide to issue a license or not. The only thing we can really look at here is amenity. Sorry, that was just.
I mean, I sat on the licensing hearing for this, and they were very well equipped, very positive. They've got a really good record elsewhere, and the licensing committee could find no legitimate reason not to grant them a license. It's the reality.
Thank you. Yeah, perhaps I know more than anybody else in this room about these adult gaming places because my son owns a set of them down in London. And he's been in this business for 25 years. And they are very well organised. They're very well organised. They're very well ordered. The people who work in them are very much age aware. It talks in here about challenging people, the challenge 25, and they're very aware of the people that come in, and it's usually regular users. And a user will come in, they may well have a gambling problem, but what my son always says to me is, you don't find all the pubs being closed because there are alcoholics. And I mean, barmen would probably look at somebody and decide that they'd had too much to drink and suggest they don't have any more to drink. And in the same way, the staff who work in these shops do say, if they see that somebody's sort of getting carried away with this, they do challenge them and point out to them, do you really want to go on gambling anymore? And in some cases, force them to stop. They're not dens of iniquity, they really aren't. They're not places where people go to sell drugs. There won't be any alcohol served there. There will really be tea and coffee. And people go in, they tend to sit at one machine and play that one machine. And they don't move from machine to machine. They don't, they're often alone, quite sad people in a way. They're often alone and they don't go in and they're not talking to anybody else because they're not interested in the social occasion. What they're interested in is the gambling. And Owen has just said this place has been empty for 3 years. I didn't know how long it was and I was going to ask the question. So we've had a vacant unit there for 3 years. Okay, we're considering now whether to put an adult gaming centre there, which may not be our favourite choice, but nothing else has come forward in those 3 years. So we have a unit there which is not being used. 6 jobs may not be many, but it's better than none. And so, 6 jobs will be created. There have been no objections from the police, as long as the people conform to the hours of opening that the police have suggested. And they won't challenge that. They won't try to go against that because it's not in their interests. They just want to go on with their business, which is providing this, this place where people can go in and they can gamble. As far as young people are concerned, that's gambling generally. You've all heard of Bet365, I'm sure, and you've all watched sport on a Saturday afternoon where they advertise the way that you can gamble online. And I think a lot of people gamble that way, a lot of young people anyway, where they do everything with their phone. Their phone is their life. And if they want to gamble, they will often gamble, because what's the point of going into a place where there are a lot of single people just sitting on their own at machines? It's not a social occasion. As far as noise is concerned, there will be a certain amount of noise up till 12 o'clock of people going in and coming out. But I think it will probably be a lot less noise than if this was a takeaway, which was open when the clubs close and people flock there. They've had too much to drink. They flock there to get food and then to get their taxes. So I think as far as noise and disruption is concerned, it will probably cause a lot less noise and disruption than a takeaway would. I draw your attention to Shipley's, which is at present situated in the Scala Cinema. I don't recollect there being ever reading of reports of fights in Shipley's or trouble outside, trouble being created from that gambling place there. They generally, and I can't say, every place, but generally they're not places that cause trouble because there is no reason for trouble. So I think that was everything that I jotted down. You know, that I know Andy mentioned seedy, and I know exactly what you mean by saying it's a sort of seedy place, but it isn't. It doesn't have to be. They don't have to be seedy places. They are very often nice, comfortable places where people go to because that's what they want to spend their time doing. So, you know, they create an impression which isn't always there.
Councillor Hodgson's points are well taken. I think there are a couple of things I was concerned about, which, I mean, the youth class issue is still rearing its head in this one, isn't it? I mean, I remember saying in our briefing that, you know, they could easily put a strip club there. And then I was told that was actually sui generis. So in fact, they can't do that. So it won't be dead opposite the station. It would have to come back to us and we would have to actually have some kind of control over that. So rest assured, this is going to be a gambling club, whatever other things we might think it might be useful. The cultural impact, I mean, I'm not terribly happy with where it is, of course, because it's a gateway to the city. We've got a master plan that's developing the railway arches nearby into a cultural and arts quarter. And so this doesn't seem as cultural as I would quite like it to be, but I do take the point it's been empty for 3 years. So what can you say, you know? As for the antisocial behaviour possibilities, I think they're obviously a lot less likely given that there's an operational management plan in place. I think I'd really feel happier if that were conditioned in some way so that somebody authoritative was on site during opening hours, and that would sort of relieve the police of any concerns, that further concerns they might have. They seem to be okay with that. And I do take the point about the health issues, of course, and the effect that gaming machines can actually have on mental health. But there seems to be an age bar. You can't go in here unless you're over 18. And we know that gaming machines actually have a much greater impact on developing brains. So young people are most likely to be affected by serious mental health issues as a result. Gambling addiction itself. Well, I think we're going to have to trust to the management plan on that as well. So if we can beef up the wording around that, I would be a lot happier if officers could find a way of doing something about that within the management plan. I would be delighted. I can't see why we should or could refuse it. So in fact, I will be voting for it, even though I'm not totally happy with it, but there you go.
Chair, thank you. I think there are few planning material considerations, but it goes against SWDP 10, and also Public Health have raised an objection. And I think Councillor Hodges mentioned a lot of people go into these places on their own. Obviously, it's not a great area of the city to be. We have other constraints around there because of problems. So we will have a lot of people in there alone late at night coming out into not the best environment in Worcester. So I think for me, that is an issue. And I also think obviously throughout COVID, a lot of our young people have had the most awful time and still continue to do so. Looking ahead, who knows, you know, schools may not fully open, you know, autumn term will arrive and we'll have this nice new venue for the youth of today to go into. And I think also sort of moving on, we talk about empty units. We have many empty units in Worcester, but that cannot be a reason to my mind, particularly around that area. And also we're trying to regenerate that side of the city. This seems to go very much against that. And also Shipley's, I understand, I think that is somewhere that we're looking to buy and move out and change anyway. I don't want to see the council in 3 years' time putting in a large bid to buy this property under the same situation. And I know some of those are material and some of those probably quite aren't, but please bear with me, first planning committee. Thank you.
I'll come to you in a minute, Ellen. Having sat on the licensing panel for this, I have to say, they struck me as quite a professional organisation. I believe they know what they're doing. We could find no reason not to grant them a licence. The only concern I have, and I can't remember who raised it, and I don't know whether we can do anything about this in planning terms, is that their company livery is horrible. It's blue great swathes of blue all over the windows, so you can't see in. And I don't think it would be a particularly pretty view of the world from the outside, but whether or not we can do anything about that, I doubt.
They haven't applied for any changes to the shop front, and nothing's been said to me.
Presumably, because it's stone and then glass.
Sometimes, I don't know if you can get the picture up. It's really nice, kind of not slight art deco kind of
yeah.
features, almost mirrored. Quite often they will put vinyls on the window.
Yeah.
And part of it is in terms of their business to protect the privacy of customers. In terms of the advertisement consent regime, there's not a lot we can do about that, but we could ask them for details of the proposed shop frontage help by condition.
Yeah. And can we condition the other issue? That raised?
Management plan to ensure
Management
that
plan.
there was a responsible member of staff on site during opening hours.
They've put in quite an extensive operational management plan, and also with regards to the public health comment that required some information in relation to the planning for health SPD. They did put in quite an extensive local area risk assessment. It wasn't reviewed by public health, but I've read through it, and it is quite extensive in terms of understanding the local area and in terms of the impact upon their business would have upon it. And that's within all
May I,
the submitted
Chair?
information.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Watts. I think my main concern there was that if circumstances for the company changed and they were running the place down a little, that they didn't just suddenly not have any kind of policing of it or surveillance of it by a responsible member of staff, that didn't actually just extract that bit and decide not to do it. That's why I really wanted to condition it.
It is, in condition 2, it does actually say the development hereby permitted should be carried out in complete accordance with the following approved plans and associated documents. And at the bottom, it does say operational management plan. So if they were to step away from that, we would be able to review that to see if, you know, there is sufficient control within that to allow us to take action.
This development isn't the kind of thing that does the that does Worcester any good in terms of appearance. But I accept that that isn't a good enough reason to reject it. I think we ought to look again about on our overall policies about where betting establishments can go and whether we ought to tighten that up at the relevant time and place. And finally, I'd just like to mention the archaeology. It says in paragraph 734 that a condition is considered prudent to ensure any groundworks which could be required by the change of use would be a reasonable way of ensuring any heritage value within the building is secured. But there isn't such a condition. So could we add one? Thank you.
Not less archaeological, it's a 1920s-ish building, and it's what in there should not be messed around with, I guess. Okay, any more questions? Sure.
If we're struggling against what my desire is, I'm perfectly willing to move that we accept the recommendation with the conditions as outlined.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's not much really that I think I can add to the debate so far. But you're a man of great intellect. I can see that. So, is there or is there not any difference between gaming and gambling? Is gaming just the polite word for gambling? I mean, what we're talking about here, correct me if I'm wrong, is where they have machines they put money in and that kind of stuff. I mean, not gambling in the truest sense, is it not, or is it?
I believe the difference is gaming has got regulated odds, whereas gambling hasn't. So if you've got probably Joe knows better. If you've got if you're on a machine, there is a guarantee over time it will deliver X percentage back in the form of winnings. That's not true when you bet on a horse or go to a casino. So I guess that's the difference, but don't quote me.
No, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Chairman, but I mean, as a couple of colleagues have said, this site has been empty. It wasn't that long ago, we had quite a vigorous debate actually about application from the KFC, I think, in the vicinity. And in my opinion, unwisely, the committee refused that, and that place remains empty. And it's, you know, it looks horrible. I don't think we don't grant permission for the sake of it, but I think given the likelihood they're going to be more empty premises, we need to perhaps be a bit more flexible. I mean, and also there's one thing about this, which is that what's going on is inside. I always take the view that people's lifestyles matter for them, and they should be allowed to do what they want. The only condition being it doesn't adversely affect anybody else's amenity. And I think this meets that criterion. They're not going to affect anybody else. And I do sense, from what I know of limited knowledge, is they are generally well run simply because it's not in their interests for them not to be, because they're a sitting target for foreclosure. And I think it does keep some people off the street, you know, and that is good. I certainly take Councillor Denham's point about noise, because the noise of some of these machines, now I know exactly what they are, can be horrendous. They're very piercing, they're repetitive. And so I would simply make a point on that, Mr. Chairman, that we do need to be cautious when we mix residential and these kinds of non-residential premises, because I do feel sorry for residents if they are going to hear this at any point, because it is very, very intrusive noise. But as I say, the property is empty. It's not for us to impose a lifestyle on other people, and so I can't see any planning reasons to reject it.
Can we condition the accommodation above in terms of noise insulation or not?
The other side.
Yeah, it's not directly above, it's in the
Okay.
adjacent building.
Yeah.
The staircase it runs
That's
within the
side,
building,
yeah.
and then you branch off into the flats above it.
Right, thank you. Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. I very much value Joe's experience and telling us how things are real, because you get these images, and I'm quite a lot reassured from what I learned. A bit concerned about 12 o'clock closing, but I guess there are so many people on the street still at that time of night, it may not make very much difference to residents nearby. What does concern me, though, is that we have no idea what it's going to look like. It suggests it's going to be garish stick-ons on the window, and I'd quite like to have a bit more control so that it doesn't look like some cities seem to have those sort of establishments in back roads by the station, and it all looks a bit tired and down at heel. And I wouldn't want such an important site in the middle of our city to be looking like that. So perhaps we could do something to make sure that it's appropriate.
Chair, I think the problem with trying to control shop fronts is, in this particular instance, what they're likely to do is to put, as the officer stated, put PVC on the inside of the glass. That doesn't constitute development, and we can only control by condition that which is deemed to be development. So it's like when we get an advert in and we're dealing with an application for adverts, we can only consider a certain number of things. The fact that we don't like the color regime of an advert isn't part of that consideration, unless it would cause a problem for, say, if it was close to traffic lights and it was red or green or amber, and it could cause a highway safety issue. So in terms of the visual appearance, it is recognised that some properties can be very garish, but it's as to whether or not we could impose a condition which would actually affect control over the development that we could actually enforce. No, the problem is we can put a condition on that says the details of the shop window, of the shop front, but if there's no development, we can't really enforce against it. What happens is we put a condition on that that provides an expectation that we will control it. And then when we try and control it, if they put in something garish and we can't enforce because it's an unenforceable condition, and then that causes us issues. In this instance, if they were to come in with a new shop front, that would require planning permission in its own right. That's not forming part of this application. This is just a straightforward change of use. So what we were trying to do is trying to effect control over how they treat the glass behind the window, what treatment they put to the glass. That's not development for the purposes of planning.
But we can't, oh, sorry. We have got an application in concurrently, which hasn't been determined yet, for the shop frontage. It's proposed to remain the main features of the shop front, and there's a band basically across the top where they're wanting their advertisement. It seems fairly reasonable in terms of the proposal. It's what I'd expect in a conservation area, but that doesn't preclude them from putting up vinyls in the lower portions of the window. So it's kind of the top third, a band across the top there, and then the main windows at the moment on the plans are showing a see-through, but potentially they could put up vinyls there to protect privacy, but we can't preclude that. I don't think it's been to the Conservation Area Advisory Panel yet.
Right.
I'd have to check that, sorry.
So you're happy to propose acceptance? I'm happy to second it. We'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify? So it's the proposals with the extra condition regarding archaeology? Yeah. Did you want to include the extra condition for archaeology, councillor?
The conditions I was thinking of is exactly as been said. The state of the place, it's been the external appearance, which has been explained quite fully, I think.
Yes.
That we can't put conditions on that. So,
No.
and the other ones on the hours, I think we've discussed those, and it's the way it's run rather than the time. So I've not bothered about that either.
There was also one that councillor Bissett proposed, a condition regarding archaeology. Would you like members like that one included? Approval with the extra condition. All those in favour, and if you could leave your hands up and to allow time for. And those against? Thank you. The motion is carried, Chair. Thank you.
For Collins at long last. You got a PowerPoint? Or?
Yes, there's a PowerPoint if you could start the slides.
Where are we? Sorry, Chair, where are we? Which item are we on now?
We are on
Annual Heritage at Risk Report.
Was agenda item 7 previously.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Chairman. This was due to come to the committee last month, which wasn't held. And there is a report which should be in the agenda book, which was produced by James Dean, former archaeological officer who is subsequently retired. So I'm in lieu of James. And the purpose of this rather brief presentation is to show you the changes between the report from 2020 to the report that has just been produced for 2021. And there are 4 buildings that were on the register in 2020 that have been removed. The first one is 12 Sansom Street, which is grade 2 listed. The listed part is the centre to the left of the building. Members may know it as the offices of the RSPCA. It was their offices for about 60 years. It had suffered a lot of changes internally, and the window that you can see to the right of the doorway, which looks perfect and in place, wasn't in fact there. There was in fact a shop window in there, and that window was where the new build part has been added onto it. So it was one of my applications. I got them to relocate the window and reinstate it to give a better appearance of it. So it's very good to see that one taken off. Next one, please. Yes, indeed. Very good one it is too. This is rather an unusual one. One of the biggest classes of buildings that come to be at risk is churches. It's very hard to find new uses for churches. This is in fact the last remaining unaltered building from the Hill and Jones Vinegar Works in St Martin's Quarter, and has in fact been converted to a church. And they've done a very good job of it as well. Again, it was one of my applications. They did a very good job on selection of the windows and on the alterations, and have retained quite a lot of the surviving original features inside it. And it's got a sustainable use, and it's a community building as well as a church as well. So it will have a role to play in the life of the city. Next one, please. Gatehouse at the Gatehouse Lodge, Pitmaston Park. This one has stood empty for a number of years. Councillor Anne Amos and I have stood outside this on a few occasions, haven't we, and discussed what we could possibly do with this one. It's been a difficult building to do something with, because behind that rather nice curving wall with that rather interesting door that's been inserted, just to the rear of that is a Western Power electricity installation, and they have a restriction upon how close you can build and how close you can dig to that. So it's limited the flexibility with what we can do with that, but it's very good to see that one actually back in use and off the list. And the final one that has come off is Edgar Tower, which people will had scaffolding up it for at least 2 years, I think, from memory. And it's very nice to see that that's all down, and you can see the extent of the new stonework. It's the lighter stonework. Was a very difficult restoration, as very old buildings often are. As you take one piece out, you found that the next piece needed to come out, and the piece after that. So finally, that one is off, and that work has been supervised by Historic England as well. So it's all been done to an extremely high standard. So those are the 4 that have come off, and if we go to the next one, we have 3 that have joined the register. First one is a section of the city wall south of the Butts between Angel Place and Bath Cottage. This one and the next one have been occasioned by the same situation. The extraordinarily heavy rainfall that we've had in certainly over the last winter has caused the water table to rise, water to get retained behind sections of historic walling, leaches the lime water away from them, and the only time you realise that there's an issue is when they collapse. So this section has collapsed. It's a scheduled monument, grade 2 listed. Historic England are involved, and although it looks quite dramatic with the shoring up that's actually there, it is the opinion of Nick Carter from Historic England that the vast majority of the original stonework can in fact be reused. So there is a programme of repair. So I hope that won't be on the register when this report is made in 12 months' time. Next one, please. This is within the precincts of the cathedral, and it's exactly the same issue. People woke up to this one morning, and that's the result. Again, a similar process will be gone through with Historic England to the repair. And again, the majority of the materials can be reused. So that's it. It looks dramatic, but it is fixable, shall we say. And the final one is this cottage here, Trotsill Lane East. It stood empty for a long time. I think it was about the 3rd of November last year. It attracted the attention of arsonists who set fire to part of the kitchen. Luckily, well, it's quite remarkable, really, because nobody really lives around by this at all. Somebody noticed it. Fire and rescue got there, put the fire out, hasn't done an awful lot of damage.
Security measures have been put in place to protect the perimeter of the site and to prevent people from breaking in. This is a harder one. There are issues of ownership and various things that make it harder to get this one repaired, but it has, in a sense, selected itself to go on the register, and we will need to work quite hard to get that one off. And then I think there's just a summary table come up next, which basically shows that it's 4 off and 3 on. So it's heading in the right direction. But some of the ones that roll forward from year to year, they are extraordinarily difficult to do anything with, because the main reason buildings are at risk is because they lose their original use. They often have quite complex factors behind them to do with ownership and absentee landlords and various other things. It's very difficult to find who's responsible for them, and they deteriorate without telling you, and then when they do deteriorate, it's sometimes catastrophic, like the collapse of the walls. So that's all the report is. I'll take questions if there are any, but that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I remember last time round, there were a couple in Lowesmore. Have they been resolved or not?
No, they haven't. They remain on the register. Yes. Yeah.
Any progress likely, or?
We work away at them, Chairman. That's all I can say. Again, that they are the same issues I alluded to, complex ownership and various things. It makes life very difficult.
Thank you.
3 Trotshill Cottage. There's nothing I don't know about that, because don't I get some emails about it? Yeah. And it did have the fire, and I was bummed. I know who lived in it in the 1700s. Somebody shared that with me. And what really, you know, and I'm right on. I'm really glad that Paul's put it on the list, but I would point out it's not quite in my ward. So, but the serious note is if we can engage the parish council just to, they already know it's on
the parish council, through you, Chairman, the parish council are involved, as are a number of bodies, and I have regular email correspondence with them. Really pleased to hear that Councillor Roberts knows so much about it. I'll be emailing you for some background information on it. If your knowledge goes back to the 1700s, that's absolutely.
We've got a lovely lady in our area who's coincidentally is the leader of the walking group, and I say that because her name's Mrs. Hopper, which I always think is, but she's also a local historian, and she keeps me very, very well informed about this building.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just refer Dr. Collins to 7983 St. John's? It's on page 31 at the bottom.
I don't have the benefit of the report in front of me, Chairman, but please continue.
Well, if I can just. What it is, it's a plea that it's category C at the moment, but the rate of deterioration and the rate of neglect means, I think, you know, it's going to have to go up a category, but people don't want that. What they want is a solution. I mean, it's been on the register since 2012, but obviously you take it back to when it became a problem. You're now talking 15, 20 years. And it is a pity because we're going to block pave all of St. John's right up to Sainsbury's. So this will be, you know, we have nice block pavement, and this monstrosity still on the same point. And because it's right in the middle of the shopping centre, and you know, St. John's is a village for thousands of people, where people still do shop. So it actually matters. And I am very, very concerned that until recently, there were some developers on there. And I did have discussions with an officer, not in this room, to go and check up and see what was going on. And of course, to be blunt, bugger all was going on. You know, what we need to do as a planning authority is to put pressure on the developers, because it says on the report, I'm not sure how accurate that is, it says proposals for both sides are under negotiation. I would have thought something is now more concrete than a negotiation, but if I'm wrong, then obviously something has gone backwards rather than forwards. So could Dr. Collins, or through you, Chair, give me an update on that, because it is such an obvious problem right in the middle of a shopping centre. I mean, the next stage is it will simply collapse. And I think that may be what some people are hoping for, but not what the community wants.
No, no. I'm very familiar with the building that Councillor Amos mentioned through you, Chair. I did have a meeting up there with the owner and the applicant who'd got an extant consent upon it, and that was along the lines of keeping his consent alive because it was quite close to expiry. So it may be that the works that you either observed or had reported to you were in connection with that. It's unfortunate, again through you, Chairman, that the amount of work that has to be done to keep a planning consent alive is usually not a great deal, as long as it coincides with something that consent has been granted for. I believe those may be the works, but I agree with you. I've been up St John's twice this week, and I'm up there again tomorrow. I will have another look. I will make an informal contact off the back of you raising this with me today, just to find out the current situation. One of the issues is the retention of the small shop next to it, which has been, but I think that's an important thing to be retained. Yeah. The rest of it has gone too far, I think, to be of any value. And why it's still standing is.
This is my concern.
Yes.
And I think some people want to see it collapse, and that really would be a tragedy. It's part of the history of that area. And I think we have a duty to try and not let that happen. So if you could perhaps, Dr. Collins, could keep me up to date on that, Chairman, I would be most grateful.
But again, through you, Chairman, I thank Councillor Amos for raising that. And I'll have a look around it myself tomorrow, and I will find out the latest situation about what is or isn't happening, and I will email you directly about it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. There are a couple of observations I'd like to make, and one question, I think, for you, Mr. Collins. Looking at corridors, I mean, I vividly remember how long it took us to get the Silver Street Infirmary sorted out. Years. It's taken years already to deal with caudals. I'm hoping that you can assure us it's not going to take years longer.
I hope not. I hope not. The infirmary, again, was one of my applications, and that was a difficult one. And the result that we got, I mean, I think is something that the whole city should be proud of. We managed to, how the extent of survival of the important little details inside that building had managed when it basically hadn't had a roof on it for years.
Yeah.
How all that had survived was remarkable, but we were able to persuade the owner and the developer that it was important to retain all those, and all of those things are actually still there. So it's a very good example. But again, I will look into the one you mentioned, and we'll see what we can do.
So we don't really have a time scale on caudals.
It's difficult because whatever time scale we may have always depends upon a response from the owner. And when you've got an unresponsive owner and somebody who is not interested in doing something, or wants to do something that we are not in agreement with, then you're often in a stalemate situation.
Yeah, I mean, the other one I have a special concern about is the War Memorial up in Ronkswood, Litchfield Avenue, because I'm the member for the area, and it's obviously on the old church site, St Matthew's Church site. And I'm presuming, I know that the wardens are hoping to redevelop part of the area. I haven't had a chance to look at the application that's there at the moment this week, but I will get to it. In the meantime, can you tell me where it's proposed to move it to? It certainly needs conservation.
It certainly does. I'm trying to remember, was it the one on, was it the modernish church on the roundabout?
That's it.
That's the one, yes. That War Memorial was in fact moved from somewhere else to there.
Right, where was it?
And I think that the best solution, well, it depends upon what is proposed for the site to start with. But I think it would be appropriate maybe also to look for a more appropriate site for it. One of the war memorials do the job they do, and they're there to remind people about the sacrifice that the people made during conflicts, and therefore they should be publicly visible, and where appropriate should form the basis of commemoration on Remembrance Sunday. So I think we need to look at an alternative to that. Again, I'll make some inquiries about it, Councillor Agar, and through you, Chairman, I'll happily correspond with you. It may be something, I do have quite a lot of links with the War Memorial Society, and I know also that we got quite a lot of war memorials listed in the last few years, particularly during that period when it was the 100th anniversary of various years in the Great War. We got a lot of war memorials listed. I can make contact with the War Memorial Society and make a few inquiries for you, but I share your concern about it. But it does depend upon what is
Locally, we have Sandra Taylor, of course, Remember the Fallen, and she does a great deal of work to conserve war memorials. It might be useful to involve her.
Happy to accept the recommendation to note the contents. Agreed, thank you. Before you go, Paul, what's the position of James? Is James being replaced or?
We are actually in the process of going through a reorganisation. And I can't, because it's involving people's contracted positions, it's difficult for me to share that at the moment. But obviously, yeah, he has left, and Sheena is taking over the role, and we're looking to bring in some support for her as well to back that up.
Okay, thank you. Great, we now move on to agenda item 9, former Worcester Fire Station. Alan?
Thank you very much, Chair. There is just one late paper attached to this item, and that relates to a rewording of the opening sentence to condition 12, which is in your late paper. So instead of it reading "no development shall take place," we're recommending that's changed to "prior to any work involving below ground excavation." So hopefully you'll accept that's a relatively minor change and one that you find acceptable. And indeed, I'm quite excited to present this item to you. It's a long-standing property that's been part of a landmark building within Worcester for many years. Long vacated by the fire brigade since 2015 when they moved to new premises up at the Great Western Park. It's had a couple of applications in the meantime, one for the conversion of the upper floors, I think, to 15 units, and then there was conversion of the ground floor to 9 units. Those two permissions aren't linked. They're both independently capable of implementation. But to date, neither of those previous consents have been granted. So if we can go on to the first slide, please, Amy. So we know where this is, but for the avoidance of doubt, it sits on the corner of Dean's Way and Copenhagen Street. Next slide, please. And there we are. If we didn't know what it looked like, very grand, imposing building. With the characteristic fire engine doors clearly evident in Copenhagen Street, the remarkable fire stacks protruding through the roof, and its very regular, uniform, Georgian-esque form. Next slide, please. So perhaps if we could just scroll through these slides, because they're photographs of both the rear elevation, so you can see the tower, the headquarters, and the various extent and nature of the scheme. And part of these proposals is actually to utilise the roof space, which to date has been unused. And so they can see the various internal courtyard walkways, a view out to Fish Street, where vehicle access is currently gained from, and the actual tower itself. Again, so I think probably every bit of this building will now be repurposed for a mixture of commercial Class C uses on the ground floor and residential uses on the upper floors, as I said, including the tower as well as the roof space. So we can keep going through the slides. And part of the proposal is on the inner courtyard is to provide an urban garden within a terraced area. In other words, utilising that feature that you see on the photograph there. And again, that's just from the undersea, and you can actually see the actual strength of the structure that building conveys in terms of being built fit for its specific purpose. And I just included that one inside the actual fire engine bay, because just to show the actual ceiling treatment. So between each floors, there is a very strong and quite deep treatment. And also, because of the commercial proposed use of the ground floor, what they're able to do is actually use the voids between that you can see from the pillars that run through. So they can actually hide any extraction equipment that will run through, and then out to very, very fine grille features actually on the Copenhagen Street elevation. So next slide, please. And again, through the fire doors, which will be retained and repurposed to serve the ground floor. Next slide, please. So again, this is just a very set of slides of the existing and the proposed floor plans and elevational treatment. Next slide, please. As it is at the moment, as shown in the photographs. Next slide, please. Again, other elevations that we've seen the photographs of. And next slide, please. And next, please. And next, please. And next, please. Next, please. So here we go. This is the sort of, I suppose, the structural floor plan of the building, how it's currently laid out, a ground floor plan, mix of the actual engine bay and support accommodation. Next bay, please. And again, you can see some of the accommodation on the upper floors. And next slide, please. And the roof area as well. Next slide, please. And next. So that shows where that urban sort of garden area would be, perhaps as a focal point within the internal courtyard. Next slide, please. So in terms of the ground floor, you can see where the commercial element described in the report is shaded in blue for you, and with the residential accommodation proposed at ground floor level. And you can also see that there are a total of 17 number parking spaces proposed within that internal area to serve the proposed apartments. And there is a total of 50 cycle spaces as well at ground floor level, together with refuse storage. Next slide, please. And that illustrates where those parking spaces and cycle bays are. Next slide, please. And again, there's that sort of terrace garden area that I alluded to. And then on the slide below, you can see that in order to facilitate the conversion of the roof space, some sort of Queen Anne style dormer windows are going to be inserted at very regular intervals to replicate the regular fenestration pattern of the elevation below. Next slide, please. And again, to show the conversion and layout of the first floor apartments. Next slide, please. A detail of that urban garden and some illustrative material to show how it might be laid out. Next slide, please. First floor, so you can see that the separated building near the tower, how that would be utilised. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So there we go, a bit more of a detail of both elevations with those dormer windows, which is the main principal change to the elevational treatment, but hopefully one that you feel is quite sensitive and subdued and doesn't detract from the overall appearance of the building. Next slide, please. And again, a very sensitive treatment of the remainder of the site to bring it into full and beneficial use. Next slide, please. Internal courtyard treatment. And next slide, please. And these are just a couple of sort of illustrative ones. There are a couple more, if you wouldn't mind going through to those, please. And I think perhaps, you know, that's the last slide, perhaps gives you a good idea of quite an iconic building is being retained. It's being repurposed for what we feel is a beneficial use. The intervention of the dormer windows is necessary to facilitate use of the roof space, and it's an intervention that we find acceptable. In terms of the main issues, those are expanded upon in section 7 of your report. And perhaps one of the main issues is in terms of the impact on existing neighbouring residents and proposed residents of this building in terms of proximity to existing bar premises and the proposed ground floor use. And you'll see from the report that a license has already been granted for the ground floor use of the premises. And in the final analysis, there is no objection from regulatory services. So we looked at that in quite some detail. And as officers, we're proposing the hours reflect those that are granted by the license in this case. Because of the vacant building credit, there is the equivalent of one affordable housing unit generated by this proposal, which has been agreed to be paid by means of a commuted sum, and together with a contribution towards open space and an open space commuted sum for future maintenance, which would be the subject of a section 106 agreement as set out in the draft heads of terms attached to this report. I'll bring the presentation to a close by basically saying that for the reasons set out in the report and subject to the conditions in section 9 of your report, officers wholeheartedly support this application and recommend approval accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
Back up.
Is that going to work? But while that's doing, I mean, I could not be more supportive of this. I think it's absolutely brilliant concept. I think what's happened to the building in the last 10 years has been almost offensive. I mean, you come past those beautiful hardwood curved windows, the timber's curved round. It's absolutely beautiful, and they've just been left open and left to rot. And the imaginative use, it will be tough because it's a blast-proof building, so any adaptations will be tough. But I don't think that those dormer windows will be able to kilter at all. And I know that the roof space is close boarded, and so it's absolutely brilliant for it. It's, you know, the design of it was at the same time 35, wasn't it? At the same time as the police station, and the idea was to go right way down. What a shame it didn't happen. We can't get to that slide coming. Okay, there we are. So the reason, I mean, I'm absolutely supportive. It's a beautiful building, and it's offensive what's happened to it. And if you look at the window in the middle there, that was my office. so before I retire,
You only wanted to show that off.
So you know, so it's from the heart. Best of luck with it.
You could have said that.
I'll start and work my way around. Amos Allen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think, despite all the euphoria, I think this is a missed opportunity in many ways. And so I do have just a few questions. First of all, the report uses this phrase, it's sustainable. Nobody can yet give me a definition of what sustainable is. For example, if we're talking about 52 rooms in the new development, let's say it's 100 people or 90 or whatever, that sort of order of people. Can somebody tell me where the hospital places are, where the GP places are, where the schools are, where the road space is? In other words, how is it sustainable when all those services, the hospital in particular, says, please don't build any more, we're working beyond capacity now. We're importing 100 new people on an infrastructure that can't cope. And it is irresponsible, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman. It talks about 17 car parking spaces. Actually, it's 15 because 2 of them are EV charging points. So it's 15 when we know there are 52 rooms. So we know there's going to be a shortfall of parking to start with. We know that because it doesn't, whether people use the car for work or not, they have cars. We know that. Again, irresponsible to grant permission in that knowledge. And we know from, well, there's no affordable housing on site. They'd be very clever to get rid of that. So these are going to be expensive apartments. And those people are not going to live in the middle of Worcester and not have a car. So can somebody tell me where those cars are going to be parked? Because it's a fact they're going to be cars. Of course, and it's also predicated on the basis that every single person is going to have a bike, room for 50 bikes. Well, if you want to waste space on secure cycle space, fine. That doesn't bother me, but you know, they're not going to be used. The other question, and it is a point of detail, Mr. Chairman, as the traffic comes round from Cathedral Square and turns right into Fish Street, that is going to block the right-hand lane. That's going to block the right-hand lane. And so what are your comments on that? The other thing that does bother me considerably, though, is the actual construction work that's going to be done. Already, and I've pointed out, Ms. Hangett's come to the table quite rightly, already along Deansway, scaffolding. So anybody with a pram or a disabled vehicle can't get along that pavement. They've got to go the other side of the road. All of that pavement is now taken up with scaffolding poles. There's now a chicane in the top end of Copenhagen Street getting into the Guildhall. They're very kindly left a room for one car to get through already. They haven't even given planning permission. So I want to know, why is it that the pavement's been blocked off and there's a chicane at the top of Copenhagen Street? Because you know, Mr. Chairman, that the 2 most sensitive roads in Worcester for traffic holdups, Deansway and London Road. When Severn Trent had to do some emergency work, within an hour, I had a phone call. Gridlock on Deansway because there was work at the top of Deansway by Cathedral Square. So these are very sensitive roads. And what I need to know, Mr. Chairman, is are they going to expect road closures either in Copenhagen Street on the entrance to the Guildhall or on Deansway to do whatever construction work? It seems they've already taken the law into their own hands, and Ms. Hanchett is going to check up on that this afternoon to see whether they have permission to block the pavement and block the roads. So I think, given the obvious lack of parking, and given the problems they're going to be with cars turning right into Fish Street, which I assume is going to be the entrance, I just think we've missed an opportunity by not saying to the developers, look, you know, it could be much better. You could do it without any detriment to pedestrians and to traffic. And whatever we do with it, please, let's get rid of this farce that it's sustainable, because it isn't. There are no hospital places, there are no doctor spaces, there's no schools, there's no more road capacity. So if we're going to put these things in the middle of the city centre, fine, but don't do it on the lie that it's sustainable, because it's not.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'll address the issue of the existing scaffolding that you've informed me about this afternoon first. And as you've just said, I'll go back and I'll find out what the situation with that is, because scaffolding requires a licence. So if it's up, I would hope they've done it properly and they have a licence for it. I'll find out and I'll let you know. I'll send you an email. With regards the access from Fish Street, yes, the vehicles will be using Fish Street. It's an existing junction. As you've already heard, there are only going to be 17 car parking spaces. So we've assessed the amount of trips that will be using that junction, and the impact on the highway will be minimal, certainly not to an extent that could cause us to object to the planning application. We wouldn't be able to defend a refusal based on that. As you've said, there are 2 lanes at that point. So the vehicles waiting to turn into Fish Street, to turn right into Fish Street, will be in the right-hand lane. So vehicles will be able to pass on the inside lane to bypass those vehicles that are waiting to turn right. And it is quite easy to get gaps in the traffic there to make that movement when the traffic signals change. There is always the ability to move to cross the traffic, the oncoming traffic. I'm going to sound like a broken record if I talk about a sustainable location. I mean, this is very close to the town centre. I mean, it's in the town centre. And obviously, so with developments like this, it complies with our streetscape design guide for a reduction in car parking standards. There is nowhere in the immediate highway vicinity for those cars to be displaced to cause a problem with existing congestion. So it ticks all of those boxes. We would hope that the sort of people, some of the people that would be buying these properties, welcome living in a town centre where they have excellent access to the train station, to all of the amenities that they require. And so some of them will choose not to own a vehicle because they can travel without the need of a vehicle. So that's why we have supported it. I'm not sure there's anything else I can add.
Education places are, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, then it's sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a much bigger issue. I mean, if you may recall, the acute hospitals after the event bid for several £1 million as a consequence of the cumulative effect. And that's, I guess, a structural flaw in the whole process. Yes, we can only consider those things which are relevant to us.
Well, you're absolutely right, Mr. Chairman, but this is the very problem, isn't it? It's the cumulative effect. But there will come a point at which we reach the tipping point. You know, with Pierpoint Street, with this, all these other buildings are going to go for residential, and usually quite dense. This one is going to be upmarket, so it won't be as dense as 3 bedrooms. All the others are going to be 1 or 2 bedrooms, and they're going to pack them in as much as they can. So bit by bit, the cumulative effect will tip the balance. And it wasn't that long ago, we had a report on a major development, and the hospital wrote to us and said, look, please, no more. We can't cope with the demand we've got. We ignored that. Well, I didn't, because I voted against it. But the committee vote ignored that and put all this development in. And, you know, it is madness and short-sightedness of the worst order to carry on like this without saying stop. Is it sustainable or not? But we just charge ahead. This is going to go through to this afternoon. I know that full well. But, you know, the consequences will be felt on all the major services. And people will look at us and say, why didn't you do something about it when you made the decision?
Frustrations, but I'm not quite sure what we as a planning committee can actually do. I don't think it's a material grounds on which to refuse, is it?
Yes, potentially it is. The various medical practices, NHS Acute Trust, so on and so forth, are quite within their rights to write to us and say, we've seen this application and we think this generates a need for a contribution towards X, Y, and Z. And that would be potentially capable of being considered under the developer's contribution SPD. The fact is they haven't, so we haven't considered it. And this application has also been subject to a viability assessment because we identified the need for the affordable housing contribution, open space contributions. And it was initially felt by the applicant that the scheme wasn't sufficiently viable to achieve that. We've had that independently assessed and it's been deemed yes, it can afford those contributions and the applicant has agreed to make those payments. It would be the same if we had a request for other contributions, for example, transportation, education, for the hospitals. If the viability assesses that the scheme is not viable to do it, then that is also a material consideration. And then it is a deciding factor for officers as well as members of this planning committee. There is a certain amount of money in the pot. How do you wish that to be allocated? And that's no different to any other application where contributions are sought.
I hate to say this, Alan, but perhaps it goes back to a county function in terms of highways, health to an extent. Does the county council have a view?
I think, Mr. Chairman, it's a nice try, but I think to say that the consequence of this is the fault of the county council. I mean, you know, I agree, it is a big issue, but we do have the power to say no. But we're never going to exercise that power because the answer is always yes. And under the, as I say, it is an absurd argument that it's sustainable. Whatever we say, don't say it's sustainable because it's not. We're adding to congestion, to the problems at the hospital. Doctor surgeries can't see people now. We've got to build new schools. It's not sustainable. And we're going to go on and on. And all I'm saying is, for goodness sake, we need to say no to make the point to the powers that be that we can't take any more. All we're doing, we're adding layer upon layer. And nothing I say is going to make any difference tonight. It's something to do with the county council. And it'll go through today. And, you know, there'll be construction works all over Deansway. There'll be blockages. And then I'll simply, when people write to me to complain about blockages on Deansway, I'll ask them to write their letters to the Worcester City Planning Department because that is the problem. So, you know, I basically give up, Mr. Chairman. It's going to go through. So let's get on with the vote.
Sorry, I do understand your concerns, Councillor Amos, around infrastructure. I absolutely do. And I think that is always an issue with planning, but I think until we lobby and change anything on a national level, that there is little we can do here. But I would like to say, I think it is only 17 car spaces, and I think we're all different, and we are moving to an era where more people think about the environment, and so it won't have as big an impact as if it was a development with many more car spaces. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, if we turn this down, what are we saying is suitable for this building? We've got residential, we've got a shop, we've got a food hall, we've got a wine bar. You know, if we say those things are not suitable, we turn this down and say these things are not suitable for this building, is it going to stay empty for 10 years while somebody comes up with some sort of alternative? I was actually, everybody round the table seemed to be happy, and I was going to propose that we accept this and agree to it. So I'd like to propose that, please. I think it's a super development. I'm just relieved that something's come forward and this beautiful building is going to be used and not allowed to deteriorate anymore.
Thank you, Joe. Can I go back to Marjorie and then we'll...
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a great development too. It's in a way such a sad area at the moment with that beautiful building unused. And I think what's being proposed makes a lot of sense. And I'd also like to add that from my own personal experience, I used to live in the middle of a city in Germany. I lived there for 16 months and I didn't have a car. And I didn't miss a car because everything was there. And of course, there was also excellent public transport, which is another thing that needs addressing, but perhaps not at this particular venue. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Like my two previous colleagues, I'm all for this. Now we're looking for a 15-minute city type of solution, I think. And there are lots of the facilities that have been talked about within 15 minutes, either by walking, by bike, or by public transport. So I think it ticks a lot of the boxes. I would have been concerned about the car situation if it wasn't for the fact that Copenhagen Street is almost next door. So there's opportunities for parking and the shops can benefit from the bike places. So I think all in all, it's a really good scheme. The work's already started, let's face it, and the mayor's due to open it on the 2nd of July. So it'd be a bit embarrassing if we now say, no, they can't, but I'm all for it.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it ticks all the boxes for me. As I think we need to encourage any development within the city, and residents is one of the key elements for me. So I really do welcome it, especially the mixed development. So I'll be happy to second that and moving on.
Thank you. I've always liked this building. It's very much of its period, isn't it? But it can be quite elegant. And I think the design has made the best use of what we've got, especially since it's bomb-proof and difficult to develop in the first place. So, yeah, great. And if I may be flippant, you know, can I bags the penthouse? There's a wine merchant's on the bottom floor of food hall there, and eateries around the corner. Good God, you know, what's not to like? I know. Who needs a bus when you've got that in the area? Let's just approve this, please.
Indeed. Unless there are any other comments, we'll get the vote.
Thank you, Chair. It's minded to approve subject to the Section 106 agreement and the conditions set out in the report. All those in favour, could they raise their hands, please? Ten. And those against, please? The motion is carried, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. On to item, God, and the time's running away from us. 10, Birchwood Mill. Who's doing this one? Over to you, Sally.
Okay. There's an extensive officer report which addresses all relevant issues and is taken as read. There will also late papers which members should be aware of, and that includes comments from the applicant, the agent, and the officer response. The proposal is for the erection of 3 detached bungalows within the grounds of Birchwood Mill at 51 Northwick Close. Next slide, please. This site location plan, the entrance to the site is to the north. The existing site is outlined in blue and the proposal area in red. The footpath, which runs parallel with the river, runs along the length of the eastern boundary of the site. Next slide. This slide has been included to help understand the site beyond the immediate neighbours and to give some context to some of the comments made within the late papers. You can see the relationship to the river, the purple arrows, the footpaths, and this runs up to the recreation ground in Northwick. Northwick Close can also be seen, and the large houses at the end of the close can be seen to the north of the site. This site is the photograph which shows the entrance from the head of Northwick Close. These are the gates, beyond which is the drive which leads onto the house. This is the footpath which runs alongside, and this is taken from just at Northwick Close. This is the footpath as it runs parallel. You can see the large trees which are to the right. Here you can see the outbuilding, one of the outbuildings, so it gives you an idea in terms of the fence hedge and also the large trees which are beyond it, which are quite significant in terms of height. This is the view from along the footpath facing north. This is beyond the boundary of the site, but it's just to give you some idea in terms of that continuity of the footpath. Next slide. Thank you. This is the site, this is included within the report. The green area is the conservation area and the green space. The red area is the river, so you understand the relationship. The site is marked with a red cross, so you can understand the footpath which runs alongside. Next slide, please. Another side of the footpath which runs alongside the site. These were provided by the applicant, and it shows the outbuildings and the play equipment which is present on the site. It relates to the former nursery use on the site, and it remains as such. Next slide, please. Here's some of the photos which are submitted with the application showing the outbuildings. Okay, this is the site plan. To the north area is the existing house, and then it's the area with the kind of green areas around it, which are the 3 proposed dwellings. And the area to the south is to be retained by the applicant. So please. This is the landscaping plan. You can see the driveway, which has passing areas to access Northwick Close at the head of the close. The darker green areas are Grasscrete drives, and you can see landscaping and hedging and various landscaping measures which have been implemented and embedded into the scheme. Next slide, please. This is the proposed elevations of units 1 and 3. You can see the palette of materials on these elevations. This is the floor plan for units 1 and 3. So they're both 3-bedroomed. They include measures such as the wet room. They have large windows to improve outlook. They have wide doors. The features which were encouraged to, because of the nature of the bungalows, to help people that may have mobility issues and to improve functionality and mobility within the units. Next slide, please. This is unit 2, which is a smaller unit. It's a 2-bed unit, but it has the same palette of materials. Next slide, please. And this is the floor plan for that unit, which again includes a wet room. This is the landscaping plan. You can see the various measures that have been included, native hedges, and the front areas of the roofs are proposed to be cedar roofs, and some more significant hedging along that footpath area with the removal of the coniferous, the leyland eye trees. This is just a zoomed in version of that plan, just to give you an idea in terms of the landscaping that's being proposed, make it a bit clearer. The things such as willow fencing, native hedgerows, and amenity planting, which includes wildflower areas with spring bulbs. Next slide, please. This application is unusual in being recommended for refusal. However, given the close nature of the assessment, it was considered reasonable that the planning committee make the decision in terms of the application. You're aware from the report and late papers of the extended determination period, which has seen revisions and improvements to the biodiversity within the site and within the proposal. However, there is a fundamental policy objection stemming from SWDP 38, which has not been met. The site does not form an exception as set out by the policy, and in the opinion of officers, the merits of the scheme are not sufficient to overcome the concerns from the loss of green space. And as such, there is a recommendation of refusal with a reason for refusal offered at the end of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the officer? No, I agree.
I didn't see anything in the report about sustainable energy. Would the 3 bungalows be partly supplied with renewable energy?
It meets the policy requirements. We have the standard policy, which requires 10%. I believe that it goes a bit over that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't recognise the site when I saw it on the plans, but I know the applicant some years ago, but just for the record.
In which case, what? Sorry. No.
Chair, thank you. Sorry, I'll keep it brief. Obviously, in Claims currently, people may have noticed recently, we've had a lot of issues in relation to footpaths in Claims, and planning permission was granted a while ago, and some properties have been built close to footpaths alongside the river, and this is causing problems at the moment due to subsidence and other issues. I know it's not strictly a planning up, but I think we do need to be quite careful with footpaths because they do seem to be inherently quite problematic, particularly close to new properties. Thank you.
Anything else? I mean, my concern is there's nothing, and I suspect it's in the way the policy is drafted, in terms of the quality of the green space. Because when you actually look at where this space is in relation to the river and its current use, and the fact that probably, I think, more than the 3 bungalows footprint is already occupied by sheds and equipment and the like, I struggle to see that it's a problem that says, oh, well, we've got to protect this green space, because on that basis, we'd protect loads of scrubland that probably most of us wouldn't recognise as green space. So is that one of the reasons why it's here, I guess?
It is because the policy designation, if it were to go for an approval, it would be contrary to the policy. And it was considered that the balance was so fine that it was best to come and to be considered by the committee. From my point of view, I think that the applicant and agent have done a great job in improving the scheme, and that they've put in a number of really, really positive measures. But I think that the qualities of the site in terms of its position in linking key and very fundamental areas of green space, so the river, the recreation ground, slip, you know, down to Gulliver, they're really, really key areas of green infrastructure in our city. And I just have concerns that that area of green space is being encroached on and being lost, and the potential consequences and impact of that.
Any other comments?
I actually like this application. I think that having that changing the use from a defunct nursery and the outbuildings to 3 homes, which look to be very well designed homes with very good biodiversity plans around them, plus removal of the Leylandy hedge, which the neighbours all hate, means that for me it's something I would approve of. Yeah, sorry. Obviously it's not Worcester, but in Claims and not too far from this property, obviously planning permission was granted for 250 homes on excellent quality greenfield space and greenfield land not too far from the river, and all these properties are now there. And I just feel, looking at this, if that was approved and that was that was really excellent quality greenfield space, it had lots of properties, there were lots of reasons to keep it, and it was a Whithaven decision. But to grant that, to allow that, and then to not allow this, seems out of context. Thank you.
I think the only thing I'd want to add is that for me that exceptional circumstances just haven't been demonstrated. So it does go contrary to policy.
Other comments?
No, Chair, all I was going to say is I move the recommendation 9.1 as a refusal. I was going to ask that you move the officer's recommendation on 9.1.
Any other comments? Do we want to go for a vote then?
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for refusal as per the officer's recommendation. All those in favour of refusal of the application, please. 6. 6. All those against? 3. And abstentions? The motion is therefore carried and the application is refused, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, the last item, unless there's any other business, is agenda item 13, Waitrose.
No, you're all right. Whose is this? Another one for Sally? You've done something wrong in a former life.
Very wrong. Okay, this application is for Waitrose on London Road. It is to amend conditions in relation to the delivery hours. In terms of HGVs and deliveries to the site, it's to have them unrestricted. In terms of the home delivery service, it's to amend those hours to include a Sunday, and the associated lighting and service yard management plan would need to be amended as well. This relates to the previous application that we had, and temporary permission for 6 months was given by the committee, and this is to make that a permanent permission. So it's the same principles as what we've looked at previously. Next slide, please.
The recommendation is for approval, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Here's
Comments,
the site.
questions, Pat?
Here's the site outlined in red. Next slide, please. Sorry. Here's the a view from taken within the site, looking towards the delivery bay, which you can see the large gates. Here's a close view of the large gates and the barrier which comes down, which prevents entry to the public car park, but doesn't preclude entry into the service yard. Next slide, please. Here's the view of the junction with London Road. And looking back towards the service yard. So what's set out, there is amended conditions as set out in the report. It is recommended for approval on a permanent basis. There have been no objections to the application. There have been comments from neighbours and objections, particularly regarding noise and disturbance and floodlighting. But within the 6 months, there hasn't been any objections or complaints made to WRS regarding the delivery hours, which were amended for that temporary period, and there's been no objection from WRS in relation to that. The recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Sorry, it's just because I'm the local member. Thank you. I know that this is just a variation of conditions. There was a time when I was getting a lot of phone calls about lighting issues. And the reason that you're saying their regulatory services haven't had many complaints is because those complaints were directed to planning enforcement, as I think Alan is well aware. There was a time when I thought our planning enforcement officer, Jonathan Lester, was going to set up camp on site because he was up there so frequently. I think those complaints have all been resolved since then. But I am mindful that this yard is only, is it 57 or 57 metres from the nearest property. So what I'd really like to be sure of here is, I hope we're baffling the lights in the same way that we did before, and they're not shining into anyone's bedrooms, because that's what they were doing previously in the other section of the site. So that's really the only issue I've got. Otherwise, it's fine.
Perhaps on, yeah, I mean, there are no additional lights. They're not changing the direction of the lights. It's just the hours that the lights will be on. And following, there was a detailed investigation by regulatory services regarding the noise pollution, which was ultimately resolved to all parties' satisfaction with the application of the baffles and the realignment of the lighting.
If that's the case, then I'm satisfied.
I was going to say it's been operating under these new conditions for 6 months with no complaints about the changes that were made, and that's what we're considering, the changes, shall we make them permanent? And so, you know, with 6 months, no extra complaints, then I would like to move the recommendation.
You happy to second it? No more comments or questions? We'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So the motions for approval, all those in favour? Oh, 11, unanimous. Thank you.
You, there being no other business, unless anybody around the table wants to raise some, we're done. Thank you very much. Sorry it took so long. And that's life.